Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
That's literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. I'm not a cat.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday to you. Hopefully it is a happy Monday for you. This just is not right here. Everything's just a little bit different today than it should be. Highlight messages. Just a small thing. I mean, I can highlight messages, but it looks like this. That's terrible. That's terrible. What happened there? Let's do a quick correction here. Was that? Give us a minute. I think I got it. That looks much better. Oh, that's tons better. Good morning. Hope your day's going great, better than mine, because I had some tech issues to start, but it's okay. It's okay. Have no fear. Woody is here. Woody, congratulations. You were first in chat today, and you almost had to fix that problem and everything else that I have here this morning, but you got out of it this one time. Next one's going to be on you. Woody, congratulations. Because you were first in chat, we're going to send it to you to internet ownership, everything IP-related worldwide. It will be your responsibility. So just jump on that real quick for us, and that would be great. We appreciate you. You're going to do fine. You can do absolutely fine. All right, we have a couple things to talk about here before we kick off our day. We were going to start actually watching something that happened on Friday, but Paula Mack, 23 months. Where has the time gone? Good morning to all my RA friends. Can't wait for my courthouse to be painted next month. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. Thank you, Paula Mack. Congratulations. That looks absolutely wonderful on you. Hello, Bite Me. Good morning. Welcome. It's also Woody's birthday. Oh, man. Woody has the internet and it's his birthday? Well, Woody, we'll sing to you, but you can like celebrate, but also keep an eye on the internet during the celebrations, if you know what I mean, because, you know, all that. Katia, good to see you here. Welcome. Got too many people to do a roll call, but we have a lot of people here in chat. Good morning to all of y'all. All right. Sarah Boone has been moved from Lowell to the Lowell Annex. She's moved to the Annex. Is that a step down? I don't know which one's the preferred location. You know, it's Monday when you wear one new shoe and one old shoe to work. Same kind of shoes, only one cleaner and one worn. Lena, this is funny because I have 2 pairs of tennis shoes that are identical. Only one is a little more worn than the other. And no one seeing me wear them would know the difference, but I can feel the difference because one needs to be thrown out. It's like I've worn through the sole. The tread is gone. And here, let me have a little gripe Monday for a minute, okay? Do you remember when they used to make shoes that would last all year long as a kid? That you could wear a pair of shoes and it would last the entire school year? Now they make shoe soles out of foam instead of rubber. They make it out of like the same stuff that your Amazon package gets packaged in, or it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It's just designed to disintegrate. Anyway, that's my complaint. I'll leave it at that because it's Monday. We don't want to ruin the week. Katrina Hetherington, welcome to the gallery. Congratulations on 12 months as well. That is absolutely fabulous. All right, we have birthdays somewhere. Wait for it. 6-volt bus Luke is celebrating today. Happy birthday to Woody. It's the first time winning the internet on his birthday. I thought. Is this your first time? Have we ever had an internet winner be a birthday? For some reason, I thought Melissa P. had that as well. I'm not sure. Let's see. Second time, says Woody. Okay. There should be double prizes. Britta says, you missed my message. No, I read it. I read this one. Welcome, Britta. Congratulations. Where has the time gone? Great place to be. Watch Trials with Friends. Amazing mods, chat, and RA. Soon pink next month. Yes, one more month, and you'll have a beautiful colored courthouse. Katrina also as well. Welcome. Let's see. Just in time for the song. We need to sing. Then we'll get watching. It took a while to get started today because I had to plug everything in. Got some new equipment on Friday, which I'm super excited about because now I have 2 remotes that are identical, and I have to keep them separate parts of my desk so I don't mess everything up. But here we go. We have Woody, Woman 406, Luke, Hipster Doofus Jr., all celebrating their birthdays. So, Katia, you have to be here next week for your birthday, or else we won't be able to sing to you. Can we watch Valo opening statements since KR and LS are not live today? See, there's a thought. But hold tight. We're gonna think about that. My camera's aimed funky, but it'll live. Okay. Let's do the birthday thing. Everybody stand up, take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with the neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. What's going to be a good one? We're all going to sing to Woody, Woman 406, Luke, Hipster Doofus Jr., and that's it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Woody, Woman 406, Luke, and Hipster Doofus Jr. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday. Go, shorty. It's your birthday. Okay, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Woody, Woman 406, Luke, Hipster Doofus Jr. Congratulations on having another wonderful day. There are many special days. Today is your special day. I realize there are a million places you could be. There are a million people you could have celebrated with. We've chosen to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can return some of that joy back to you and make your day just a little bit more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. And now I need water. I missed a little bit. I spilled on my face and on my shirt. And now my goatee's wet. So I didn't quite drink a whole bottle. I guess you could say I have a drinking problem. All right, welcome all. It's a wet shirt. Yes, it is. Thirsty? Not anymore. Not anymore. Dancers are doing great. Keep it up. Allie, you're doing it right. Ooh, drum solo coming up. Everybody grab your air drum stick, sit down to your air drum set, and nail this drum solo to end the birthday song. Ready? Best one yet. I even got the snare at the beginning. Did you see me do that? Boom. It was beautiful. I've been practicing, if you can't tell, every day, every weekday. I practice. Judge Stermer take every Monday off. It seems like it. Oh, to be a judge, right? Rank has its privileges. I think she actually has some other court engagements, like one of those standing on this day we have all our arraignments or whatever. So I'm using my mascara wand. Okay, just don't use the mascara bottle. You don't want that to go everywhere. Remind me why this is a holiday again. It's just a Monday. Melissa P. says, you better go look at my milestone message. I think I will. Hopefully your birthday was fabulous, by the way, Melissa. Let's see. Melissa P. No, Melissa P. never wants to win the internet. LOL. Love you guys so much. You made my birthday amazing. Awesome. I'm glad I could wear your shirt on your birthday and hope you had just a wonderful, wonderful birthday. Happy 15 months as well. Rick Groover, member for 16 months, says, good morning, RA and chat. Good morning, Rick. Good to have you here. Welcome. How's your weekend, everybody? How was it? I assume it was good. I just assume everyone's weekend was wonderful. Mine was really good. Gino says, wait, no Stermer court today. Yes. Oh, my goodness. What is with courts these days taking days off? I don't know. Hang on. Do I hear a train? No, I hear the vacuum. Sorry. I'm like, that's weird. That's a long train whistle, but it was the vacuum. Is it bad when the vacuum sounds like a train? Amy R., member for 9 months. Welcome to the gallery, Amy, from the UP of Michigan. Amy, good to have you here. Thank you very much. We'll be back up in your neck of the woods with tomorrow with court, and maybe a little bit today, as a matter of fact. Because we have some court to watch, and I think some of it's up north. Let's see. Super T, what's up? Oh no, Super T. I'm scrolling back. I get the story backwards. What happens is I see a message that says, so sorry, so and so. Thoughts and prayers, something like that, and then I scroll backwards and I get to read the story in reverse. So now I'm trying to find what Super T said. Oh my goodness! Lightning struck our house this weekend, blew 4 holes in the gas line behind the stove. It caught fire with live gas spewing into open flames. Oh my goodness, Super T. Wow. That is scary. Were you there at the time? I assume you were there at the time. You said that your house did not catch fire. I mean, like, it didn't burn down. Yes, we were home. I have a question, and this is a terrible question. This is like broadcast journalism 101 level question. What did that sound like? That must have been absolutely deafening. I mean, I can ask that now, knowing that it sounds like no one was hurt and the home did not burn down. I know it's scary and needs some repairs, but that has got to be. I've been fairly close to lightning before. I've been close enough to lightning that, like, all my hair on my arms and my head was standing up. There was that much static in the air, and it struck probably, I don't know, less than 100 yards from me. But that was out in the open, where sound can dissipate every direction, and it was greenery and stuff around. Have you ever looked up what the number 1 song was on the day you were born? No, but I can tell you this. I know I wasn't listening to it. It was probably something by Elvis. I don't know. I have no clue. Now I have to check. Okay. What was the top song on...
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Hang on, I'm trying to get this right. I can remember my birthday. Grok's doing the work for me. Lucky, now you've got my brains thinking on this. Rich Girl by Daryl Hall and John Hall and Oates. Daryl Hall and John Oates. Rich Girl. Reached number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart for the week ending March 26th, which includes my birthday. What were the other 10? Lucky, thanks for the super chat, by the way, and thanks for spinning us off on this rabbit hole. Did I add more buttons with the new equipment? I did. I added 11 more buttons. Well, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 more buttons. Hey.
Are any of these things essential to you? Make sure I get this one or this one.
That's the one that's essential. How long's the flight?
5 hours.
Man.
But Scott, you can volunteer to sit in the big one that lets people.
Yeah, if you can put me on an exit row, that'd be great.
Don't.
Yeah.
That might be free seat selection.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Sorry, trying to book a flight. Let's see, a bit behind. Did you add more buttons? I did. Thank you. Mrs. R.A. is scheduling. She's getting rid of me, guys. She's getting rid of me. She put me on a plane saying, get out of here. Okay, the other songs. We had Rich Girl, Evergreen, Barbara Streisand. Dancing Queen by ABBA. That was number 3. Don't Give Up on Us by David Soul. Don't Leave Me This Way by Thelma Houston. Fly Like an Eagle from the Steve Miller Band. Steve Miller Band. I want to fly like an eagle. That was a good one. The Things We Do for Love, 10cc. Car Wash by Rose Royce. Torn Between Two Lovers, Mary McGregor. And Night Moves by Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band. Those are good songs. I was bored in a good time. All right, music. That's how we started off the day. Shout by Tears for Fears. Shout, shout, let it all out. Come on. Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Good songs, good songs. Am I busy? What did I miss? Amber hit the jackpot with I Wanna... Is that Socks? I think it's like the Red Sox. Yup, I Color Me Bad. I'm not upset. So I could let's see. Where's the other message? Barbie Girl by Aqua Susanna. I'm a Barbie girl. Katie Bug, woot woot. Love it here. 7 months. Thank you very much, Katie Bug. Amy R., also 9 months. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate both of you. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Appreciate that. Let's see. You guys ready to watch some court, or we just want to talk about songs? We can do songs all day long. Was still number 1 on my birthday 10 days later. Some of those songs, they stick in the top chart for a while. Stop in the Name of Love. That was a good one. My number 1 song on my birthday is Get Back by the Beatles. Battle of New Orleans. We held our muskets till we seen their faces well. Then we opened up our squirrel guns and really gave them well. That one, yeah, that's a good one. I remember that song. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Pet Shop Boys. I'm not a good singer, but I remember the songs. Songs and food. Is the trial on today? No, I wish it was. We have other things to watch, and I've just been stalling. But let's go about doing that, shall we? We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's camera 5. I now have all 8 feeds going. Although 7 and 8 look the same, but they're not, because 7 and 8 are. So 7, 8, I think I'm Now I need the other mouse. That one goes over here. That's the problem. Okay. Water's out of the way. All right, we're going to jump up to this court just for about 12 minutes. Give me just 1 second, and we'll be there. What's it on? It's on 7. There we go. He's sleeping. It's a long night. Tough to get a good night's rest in the slammer.
It was just send an email. I have no idea what in the world to do. Okay, on the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Matthew Luke Wolf, 24-01673, council appearance.
Fortuna Gill on behalf of the people, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion for permission to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.120.
The motion's granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Sartz, fourth assistant public defender here on behalf of Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf is present at council table. He is standing to my right, and Mr. Abbott is also present on behalf of Mr. Wolf for this morning's proceeding.
Okay, today was the date that was scheduled for a preliminary examination. Do we have witnesses here?
Our officers running late, Your Honor.
Okay. My understanding is that there was a request, I have a note here, from February 21st. Mr. Wolf, you said you were going to retain counsel.
Yes, I tried to retain counsel, but the money situation I have paying rent, and water line, light, and
Don't go down a list of those like every adult in here doesn't know
I'm
what they
just
are.
saying, man, it's taking,
I'm not a man.
I'm just saying, Your Honor, it's taking a toll on me, and I can't really afford an attorney.
That's why you have a public defender, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't.
Because you're indigent.
I didn't feel comfortable with, I don't know his name, Mr.
Sartz.
Sartz. Yeah. I don't feel comfortable with him at all.
Okay. Without telling me anything about your case, why don't you feel comfortable?
Without telling me anything about
I don't want to hear anything about your case, but is there anything outside of the facts of your case or potential defense that makes you uncomfortable?
Yes, I feel like he's an ineffective counsel for me.
What makes you feel that way?
I feel like he isn't defending me the way that he should defend me.
Okay, so you believe that he's not zealously advocating for you?
Using those type of words.
Okay, so you would like to, I'm sorry, take this case probably all the way to trial?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't think that that's your right? You have the right to take it to trial, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't think he agrees to taking this to trial if that's what you want to do?
I don't think he's the proper person for that job.
What makes you think, how long have you been an attorney?
Over 18 years.
What makes you think that he being an attorney for over 18 years, how much of that was criminal experience?
Yeah.
18-year criminal experience doesn't make him qualified to defend you in a criminal matter.
I feel like he's ineffective counsel for me because of what I heard and saw. I just feel like
what you heard when you talked to him in private, you mean?
No, what I heard and saw. Yeah, and
somebody in my yelling out something in the back of my courtroom.
I'm a twin, so it's just
you're what?
Natural. I'm sorry.
You say you're a what?
I said, Your Honor, I'm a twin.
What's your name?
I'm Michael Wolf.
You're Matthew's twin. Exactly. So when his brain moves, your mouth opens.
No, I'm not saying that. It's not that easy to explain. But what I'm saying is,
I recognize you're probably protective.
No, I am, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't blurt out in open court.
I know, I
Okay.
know that.
Okay, Michael is behind you, but he's gonna be quiet because you have the ability to articulate yourself, your feelings, and you should, because you obviously have the ability to determine if an attorney of 18 years of criminal defense experience is not qualified enough to represent you
I didn't
on this
say he
case.
wasn't qualified enough to represent somebody.
I said to represent, I didn't say somebody, I said you. That was what I said.
I don't think his qualifications, at this point are effective to that right now. I think that his ineffective counsel was my effective point to where I said, I don't want you as my counsel.
What was ineffective?
The way, I can't really say it without saying nothing about the case.
I don't want to hear about the facts of the case.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but you have to be able to articulate. Did he fail to meet with you? Did
No.
he met with you?
I know, I'm not understanding the question.
With my question?
Yes.
My question was, did he fail to meet with you? You don't understand that?
I didn't say he failed to meet with me.
So he met with you, he went over your discovery and information with you? Is that a yes or no? This is just a yes or no question. Yes, he did, or no, he did not?
He did.
Okay, and he went over potential, defenses and potential risks with you?
No.
Now, did he meet with you before or after you decided that you wanted to retain an attorney?
I overheard a conversation in the hallway.
About your case?
Yes.
With whom?
The black lady is sitting right there.
You overheard Mr. Starks in a conversation with my court officer.
Yeah, she said we ain't got nothing to go on right now. And at that point,
She said we don't have anything to go on?
Yeah, because the officers weren't here. So at that point, I would have said, well, can we move for dismissal?
Oh, you're talking about a conversation you heard today?
No, this was not today. This was that day.
What day?
The day we was here for the preliminary examination on the 21st.
Okay, so you were here on the 21st, and that's the date you said you were going to request to retain counsel. And so you said the officers were not here. I don't know if the officer was here. Do you have record of whether the officer was here?
I don't know, Your Honor. This is back in February. My notes just indicate that the defendant wanted to seek new counsel, so this was adjourned. So
but that was the date and time of the actual exam that he stated that. Who's the officer that's supposed to be here? Because they're not here now either.
Then I heard him say, call Michigan State Police right now and tell them to get down here. We'll hold him and do the people that's in the jail first, and then we'll keep him until we do get a Michigan State police officer up here.
You heard your attorney say that
Yes.
to my court officer?
Yes.
Why would that makes sense, but my court officer wouldn't call the state police. She doesn't call witnesses.
I don't know, but I heard that.
You didn't hear my court officer talking about. Mr. Sargent, did you instruct my court officer to call the state police?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Does it make any sense? My attorney, my court officer, we don't call witnesses. We don't do that.
Okay, Your Honor.
Under no circumstance.
Your Honor, I am not a liar.
I'm not saying you're a liar, but you might be misunderstood.
I would not lie under oath either, because I understand that this is being recorded and everything is documented. I am not a liar, and I know what I heard, and I'm being honest with you.
I believe that you believe that that's what you heard. And if you heard those statements, let me hypothesize with you. Maybe if you heard those statements, are you sure you heard it coming from Mr. Starks to my court officer, or maybe from Mr. Starks to the prosecutor?
I don't know if it was to the court officer or a prosecutor, but I know it was a lady. Okay. I know that. So it's
possible because Mr. Nagel may not have been here at that time. He's not been in this courtroom for that long. So, but I'm not saying I wasn't there. I don't know what you heard, but it just doesn't make sense to me that my officer would say that, or that Mr. Starks would say it to my officer, because my court staff doesn't call witnesses here. or
Yeah,
follow up on witnesses.
I'm just telling you what
Someone
I
in
heard.
custody could go over there. It's too crowded over there.
I'm just telling you what I heard, and that's why I feel he's ineffective to me.
Okay.
I'm not saying to nobody else. And I'm not,
I can understand your concerns. If you believe you heard that, I could understand your concerns. I don't know if the witness was here. I have had Mr. Sarks before me dozens, maybe even more of times. I have never, ever not seen him. To the contrary, he's more likely than anybody else that's ever come before me to object to something. Let me tell you that. He's not letting things slide. That's not how he rolls. I have never not had a witness here, and he has not immediately argued or advocated to have a case dismissed. I've never seen it.
Mr. Sarge frequently asks if I have witnesses available, because if not, I know from experience with Mr. Sarge, he will request it.
I'm telling you, Your Honor, that he did not do this day, and that's what made me want to get a new counsel, because I wanted someone that's going to work for me and not against me.
It's and what
and I told this man.
I was not there. I was not there. Mr. Sarks is an officer of the court. He stated here in open court that he did not make that statement. You're not clear. Don't talk over me. And don't call anyone out their name in here either, because you may be misunderstood. I'm not saying that you didn't hear somebody say that, but I don't know that you heard Mr. Sarks say that. And he definitely would not have said it if he did to my court officer, because it's absolutely improper for my court officer to call and seek out witnesses. She would have no clue how to even do that. We don't do that. We don't get involved with witnesses. That's not our job. Witness is not here. That's their burden. They call witnesses. They follow up with witnesses when they're not here. Could be possible that Mr. Sarks is checking in, are your witnesses here? And you hear the prosecutor saying, you call Michigan State Police and get them here. That's plausible. But for me to believe that Mr. Sarks told my court officer to find a state police officer, did Mr. Sarks ever ask you? Not. It wouldn't happen.
I just know that I heard her say we have nothing to go on. And at that point.
What do you mean we have nothing? Why would she say we have nothing to go on? She has no clue. She has no clue about anything going in any of this case. Do you know him?
Absolutely not.
She has no clue. She doesn't decide if you have anything to go. She doesn't know what there is to go on. We don't bring cases. The court does not bring cases. The court staff does not bring cases. The court staff does not follow up and confirm witnesses for the prosecution's office. That's completely for the prosecution to do. We do not get involved with that. You misunderstood whatever you heard. It was not my staff, and Mr. Sarks was not talking to my staff about finding any witnesses. And had you probably not came in here and requested an adjournment to get an attorney, he probably would have made a motion then. If the state police was not here, I don't know. I can pull up the record and find out if witnesses was here or not, because I can tell you exactly what happened on the record because it was recorded. Whether or not we had witnesses here. If he knew that there was no witnesses here, he would have made a motion to dismiss the case. It's never happened before me in the hundreds of times he's been before me that he would not have. Not a single prosecutor that's in this courtroom, public defender in this courtroom would not have moved for a motion to dismiss the case. It's never happened. Nor would any of them be looking or seeking out a witness for the prosecution. So you had ample time to hire an attorney if that's what you wanted to do. You do not get to pick which public defender is assigned to you. That is taken care of in-house by the Office of the Public Defender, by their superior staff. Mr. Sarks is more than qualified to handle your case. If the witness is here today, we can proceed today. If they're not, you and your attorneys can decide how you want to proceed today, because we are moving forward with this case today. Okay? Do we have a witness here yet?
Your Honor, we don't have a witness here, so.
So I'll move to dismiss, Your Honor. Thank you.
Motion is granted without prejudice. It means that they have the right to reissue the charge against you. Do you understand that? Okay. You have any questions?
He almost stalled long enough for the witness to
You
arrive.
hang tight till you get a copy of the dismissal.
I'm sorry, I just had to wait for that.
You're welcome.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm sorry?
You'll be at work at 2:30 at the phone, man.
You said he'll be at work?
You'll be at work, right?
You all work together too?
Yeah.
You're a real twin. I can see now why you speak for him.
After 18 years and 9 months, gave me a career.
Very good. Keep staying out of trouble.
My brother saved my life.
Okay. And they're good brothers as well. All right. Next up, we're up to this morning. Judge Dad has got some work going on that we're going to be checking in on here really quickly.
Mr. Parent, your name?
Andrew Parent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So, looks like I started to take a default, did I, on February 10th? I wrote down default judge, defendant failed to appear. He must have shown that. I scratched out something here. 19-608-13 plus 164.
Your Honor, I was having trouble with my mute button.
All right, good enough. Do you owe this debt, sir?
Yes, with explanation.
Well, I don't need to hear an explanation. I just need to know if you
need to fix
owe this debt. They claim that you owe 19-608-13. Do you owe that?
No, Your Honor.
How much do you owe?
About $14,000.
Okay, so there's no abouts in math. That's a great thing. You know what I mean? You got to tell me how you're figuring that out. Remember, you got to compute interest on these. I just got done telling somebody else I don't like it. I'm not a proponent of believing that we should allow companies to charge 26 or 25%, but I can't do anything about it. People still went out and got the credit cards knowing that. So you got to tell me. The abouts aren't going to work in math. You need to tell me exactly how much you think you owe to get some credibility with me. I can't hear 14,000 or thereabouts.
$14,710.
Okay. How do you come up with that?
When we gave it to the creditors, that's how much we owed for our
You got a debt settlement company?
Yes.
Nobody stops interest when that happens. You got a debt settlement company. Did they tell you we'll stop the interest? I mean, that doesn't stop that. When did you turn it over to a debt settlement company?
In February in 2023.
All right, that's 2 years ago. Did they tell you that they were going to freeze the interest rate, or they could somehow do that? I mean,
well, they told us not to. They told us. I didn't mean to interrupt, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Listen, I feel bad for you. I mean, so you mean to tell me they've had 2 years and 2 months to negotiate this with Capital One and this law firm, and they told you not to contact them, and somehow, some way, they led you to believe? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said that's what it was when you turned it over.
Yes, Your Honor, that's what it was.
Well, that isn't good. I mean, that's not the amount. And where are they today? Why have they contacted you, Mr. Barta?
I don't see where they contacted us.
Hang on, I can't have both of you, Mr. Parent. Wait 1 second. I asked Mr. Barta if they've contacted his office.
I don't see where we've been contacted by a debt consolidation company, or they've sent us a power of attorney to speak to them.
I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Parent.
I gave this to the law offices of Derek Williams for consolidation on February 2nd, 2023. I owed
Is he a lawyer in Michigan, or is he a debt settlement? Is it a debt settlement company?
It's a debt settlement company.
And where are they out of? You referred to
I'm
him as a
not sure,
lawyer.
Your
Is he
Honor.
a lawyer?
I'd have to look at, yeah, I would imagine so.
Well, you can't imagine that because they're not all lawyers. I think most are not lawyers.
Your Honor, can I be transparent can I be transparent?
Yes.
Because
Yeah, of course.
and I apologize because I'm going through a lot of notes in the system. I now see a note on January 13th, 2025 that says debt consolidation law office removed, office represented him that debt consolidation is now out of business.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah,
So you hired a debt consolidation company that's no longer in business. Nice.
Yeah,
Did you
they
pay
filed-
them up front? Did you pay them up front?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Nice.
We were also paying them monthly too.
Nice. And they never contacted these guys. Nice. What a great way to make money. You know,
Yeah.
What a great way to make money. You give me money up front, I'll work on your debts. You pay me a monthly fee, I'll take it, fly to Tahiti, spend a few months, and then go out of business. I love it. I just love it. Well, I've never been a fan of those debt consolidation companies to begin with. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sit here and demean anybody, but this is about as surprising as it is that it's less than 92 degrees outside in Detroit here. I don't know what to tell you. I can give you guys a scheduling order. I can set it for trial. He can file a motion. You guys can talk.
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for motion for summary disposition. Trial's already set 30 days from now.
You got a motion here?
Motion for
I'm telling
summary
you, the M
disposition.
filing, Mr. Barta. The M filing, I'm not a fan of either. I'll probably get in trouble by flapping my gums here, but we got more papers and more. Yeah, I got it. Got papers all over the place here. No more files.
Trial's set for May 20th, I believe.
Did you file this response, Mr. Parent? You have to unmute. Do you ever heard of a law firm by the name of Derek Williams Counsel?
Yes, I did.
Wait, Mr. Parent. I'm asking Mr. Barta. Mr. Barta, have you ever heard of a law firm by the name of Derek Williams LLC?
I have not.
It says, this is your response, Mr. Parent. You're saying on November 15, 24, you were informed that the law firm of Derek Williams LLC was terminating its services. That was what you're referring to as the debt settlement company, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's he out of, Derek Williams?
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Bentonville. Arkansas.
Do you know for a fact that that's a lawyer?
The home of Walmart.
I'm sorry,
Do you know
Your
for a
Honor.
fact that,
That's Bentonville, Arizona.
do you know for a fact that he's a
Close.
lawyer?
AZ.
No, Your Honor, I don't.
AR.
I don't want to ask you how much you paid to Derek Williams. You might want to check into I mean, I don't know what went on. But if somebody is a lawyer and they're listen to me.
Okay.
If somebody's a lawyer and they're taking money and monthly fees and not working on it, if what Mr. Barta just told me is true, and at least the notes in the computer, I believe, his computer, I believe, would be true. In other words, well, I can't say that, but unless somebody neglected to put something in and Mr. Williams got a hold of them and he or did not get a hold of them, let me rephrase that. If Mr. Williams is a lawyer and he took your money and told you these things and didn't do anything on the case, and Mr. Barda's records at least reflect they were never contacted by a debt settlement company. Does it say who the debt settlement company was? You said in January they told you that, right, counsel?
Yes.
There's a note. Was that a law firm or a debt settlement?
Let me go back to that note.
If a lawyer did that to me, sir, and he's a lawyer, I would file a grievance with the Attorney Grievance Commission in the state where he practices, if he's a lawyer.
If he's not, I'd file a police report.
Okay? They can't just take your money and not do anything on the case. And I'm just telling you, if that's what happened, I'd encourage you to consider filing a grievance against a lawyer with the state bar in his state. Now, if it's not a lawyer, you've got other issues. Well, but if what you're telling me is true, if what I'm hearing is true, somebody took your money, charged you a monthly fee, told you not to contact creditors, according to Mr. Barda, never contacted them in 2 years. I mean, that isn't the kind of guys we want walking around practicing law.
Well, Your Honor, they also took care of 3 other outstanding debts that I had.
Well, that's
too.
fine. That's fine. I don't know the whole situation, but that's fine. But I'm going to decide this motion for summary disposition now, and you can go ahead and you're just saying you shouldn't be charged for interest from February 23 to the present. There's no law that says that. I can't just say, well, wave a wand here and say you don't have to pay because you turned it over a debt consolidation company or a lawyer or whoever else. What was the interest rate on this, Mr. Barda?
Pulling it up now, Your Honor. Uh, 26.99%.
Oh, yeah. See, that's the problem. We shouldn't be getting credit cards at 26.99. Now, I understand we run into financial trouble now and then, but if they're charging 26.99, that's a losing deal, right? I don't know what else to tell you. What would you like to say on this, Mr. Barda? I mean, I don't see any affidavit saying it's not owed. There's no, you needed to file a counter affidavit. You can't just, Mr. Parent, no disrespect. You can't just say, I don't have to pay the interest because I turned it over to a company to negotiate the debt. So unless you can tell me that debt didn't amount to that amount, I have no choice. And I'm talking about 19-608-13.
Okay, Your Honor. It is what it is.
You want to say anything, Mr. Barda?
No, sir.
Based on what I see in the motion, I find there's no genuine issue as to any material fact. I'm going to grant summary disposition, as much as I hate to do this to you, at that rate. 19-608-13 in favor of the plaintiff and against the defendant. Do you want to give me a summation of your cost, please?
Yes, the damages is $19,608.13. Filing fee $164.80. Service fee of $44 and a motion for summary disposition fee of $20 for a total amount of $19,836.93.
So I'm going to grant your motion. I'm sorry, sir. I can do that. I'm going to have to give him a judgment. I want you to understand, I can set up a motion for installment payments. Here's what I'm going to suggest to you. Are you still working?
Actually, no, I've been laid off.
Well, if you want to file a motion for installment payments, I'd suggest you come up to the court today, get one of those motions, fill it out, and I'll set it for hearing. And then I'm going to determine how much you can reasonably afford to pay weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. And they can at least garnish wages during that period. They can still garnish bank accounts and tax returns, but they can't garnish wages. So I'm going to invite you to do that. And that's the best I can do for you. Okay? Do you understand everything that's going on here, Mr. Parent?
Yeah, I do, but I don't think it's right.
Well, what part's not right? I can't just make my own laws up here. I mean,
No, I understand, Your Honor. I know your hands are tied.
I don't think it's right either that they're charging that, but then again, we're all adults, and when we enter into an agreement to pay that, you know, sometimes we got nobody to blame. I feel bad that you did that, to be honest with you, but
Your Honor, is there an order? Is there an order attached to the motion that you've signed, or do you need me to submit an order?
I'm going to need you to send one. I didn't see one in the packet. I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day, Mr. Parent. I sincerely wish you well, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Where's that? Okay, I put up one performance with Mr. Sherrill here.
And I just had the defendant's attorney check in.
Hang on one second. Does anybody see that performance case? Oh, here it is. Performance equity versus David Fry. 25000325. Your name again, sir?
David Fry.
He's in person.
Go ahead, Mr. Fry, your name?
David Fry.
Nice and loud, Mr. Sherrill.
Good afternoon or morning. James Shirley for plaintiff.
All right. Did you guys talk? Have you resolved this?
Very briefly, and it was not resolved.
Your Honor.
What happened?
They don't want to accept my payment again.
Wait a second. Slow down. What? Okay. Yes, Linda.
Someone has checked in for the defendant. Her name's Angela. Yes.
Oh, no, she's with me.
You're a lawyer, right?
With Performance Equity, the finance company.
She's my client, Your Honor.
I see.
She looks sort of like Sandra Bullock.
You don't have a lawyer?
No, sir.
There are lots of lawyers.
Why won't you accept the payment? Tell me what's going on.
Because I called him on Friday to talk to him, and he still didn't have it.
I did talk to him on Friday.
Slow down. Wait, we cannot have two people talking, okay?
Sorry.
You called him on Friday.
To see if he had the payment, and he said that he's got to switch money around. He doesn't have it. The same thing he said in court the last time, and he still didn't have it on Friday. So
that's not what I told him.
Go ahead, Jim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Here's the thing, Your Honor. Mr. Fry is now 174 days delinquent, and the amount owed on the delinquency is $3,289.02. Plaintiff's usually pretty flexible in cases like this, but I ran Mr. Fry's name through the docket over the weekend, and in the past 2 years, he's been sued for non-payment of rent by his landlord 13 times. So I think it's very likely that if this case ends in anything short of a judgment of possession, we'll be back here in a couple of months.
Listen. It's very simple. You either have the money or you don't.
I do. I absolutely do. And can I speak for just a second, please?
I don't want to hear talk. I want you to tell me.
It's not my fault. I was less than that was like not even 60 days late in January when they decided to not accept my money.
Yeah,
and then they adjourned it. I have it.
Slow down.
I have the money.
Don't talk to me. You don't interrupt me.
I apologize.
Don't interrupt when I'm interrupting you.
I don't want to be interrupted. I asked you to stop 2 or 3 times. Knock it off. This is not a bar.
No, I understand, sir. I'm just trying not to lose my home.
Well, it's very simple. You owe $3,289.02. Now you don't interrupt me. Either pay him the money or you're going to lose your home. I don't want to get into all this, what happened 120 days ago, or what you told her on Friday, or she's misrepresenting, or you don't have to move money around. You got the money now today or not?
Yes, sir, today.
Where is it?
In the bank account.
What bank?
Right now, my boss's bank. I have the money at work. I've not gotten paid for the past 3 weeks, so it's
Stop. Your boss's bank account.
Yes.
That sounds like double talk nonsense to me. If it's either in your name, in your account, or your boss's account. If it's in your boss's account, you don't have access to the funds yet.
I have. He agreed that he'll make the payment for me because it's owed to me.
Call him up right now.
Yes, sir.
Go out. No. You're not going to call from in the courtroom. Go call him up. Say, can you make the funds now or not?
Yes.
I'm not going to play games. No. Don't interrupt me again. Go make the call. These good people are going to wait. And you're going to come back here in the next 5 to 7 minutes. See, it's 19 minutes to 10. You come back in here by 10 to 10 and tell me, Judge, I'm either prepared to make the payment right now or I'm not. Period. I don't want to get into all this other stuff. Go make the call. Wait a minute. Come here.
Yes, sir.
Now you put the phone down.
Sorry.
Now you're hemming and hawing again. I can tell that you don't have the money.
I do. I swear. Honest to God, truth. It's right now. As if they would have accepted it Friday, it would have been made.
Friday, it's their fault. Now
Yes,
Monday, what happened to the money since Monday or since Friday?
They said our office closed at 4:30. I said that I'm ready to do it. I even asked them if there's any chance that someone over the weekend could run the payment.
If they had the money, if you had the money Friday, you got the money Monday at 9:42. Right?
Yes, sir.
Nobody came and thieved your bank account, did they?
No, sir.
The bank didn't take it. Your boss didn't take it. Nobody stole it. So it should still be wherever it was on Friday, and you can tender it. Now go and call your boss and come back. You still got, you wasted a minute. You got till 10 minutes to 10.
Go now?
Yeah. Portfolio Recovery versus Falconer. Anthony V. Falconer. 2500530.
Do we skip the next one and jump ahead? Because
you know what? I got to take a 5-minute recess, everybody. Stay seated, please. I think right now is a really good time to maybe I'm thinking maybe play some quiet music. Something soothing. Something we could maybe just take a few deep breaths to. Relax. Undo that tension in our shoulders. Maybe pop a few Excedrin. I think I hear the judge throwing some heavy punches into a heavy bag right now in the office. It's wise of him to have that punching bag in there. Getting it out of his system now. I'm sure the defendant is going to make the call to the boss. The boss will be like, I'm sorry, got it right here. I'll send it over right now. And everyone's going to be happy. It's going to be like, hey, wasn't that easy? And now it's done. Case dismissed. Don't fall behind again. Isn't that good? Don't we feel better already? Tell me who Tyler Scott reminds you of. It's almost like a Matt Damon look.
but it's not quite. It's like if Matt Damon and DiCaprio had a baby. That doesn't work. I remember needing a timeout like that. I'm just taking a deep breath. Except for the people who are waiting to see the judge still. They're holding their breath right now. Okay. That was nice. This was happened just a couple minutes ago. He said it was 10 minutes to 10, so it's 10 minutes. It's 10 o'clock right now, 10:03. What we're gonna do is this. I'm gonna skip ahead because I can. Let's see.
I have it as page 15.
This is somebody else.
On costs.
Let's wait for him to finish this ruling.
But yeah, please send me another proposed judgment this morning, if you would. I don't see one in this packet here. Okay.
Would you like that emailed or e-filed?
E-filed.
All right. Will do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Is that it for you? Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Do I have, where is, portfolio recovery again? No. Performance equity versus David Fry, 25-00325.
This our guy.
Name?
David Fry.
Mr. Sherrill?
Yes.
Your appearance?
James Shirley for plaintiff.
Well?
Yes, sir. Verified it will be paid right now today.
I want you to pay it now.
I can be paid right now.
Okay, do you know where you're sending the money?
To her. She just needs to answer the phone and run it.
All right. He's going to go out and call you, and he's going to wait right here, and we're going to make sure that the payment was made before I do anything on this case, okay?
All right.
So you go, I'm sorry, Angela, what's your last name?
It's Jackson.
Go call Miss Jackson. Before you leave the building, send the money over. We'll verify it was received, and then we'll go from there. If it's not received, well, there's another means we'll have to go about it. Okay?
Absolutely.
So don't leave.
No.
Okay? All right, good enough.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
Be a lawyer.
Do you...
Hello?
Where is Mr.
Anthony
Let's
Davis.
do Heritage Square versus Barbara Greenhill. I got all kinds of papers around here. I hope I'm not shutting anybody off because this is 24004422. Who's here for Miss Cohen?
Your Honor, I don't think that's on the docket.
Heritage Square versus Greenhill?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Okay. All right. Do I have anybody for portfolio recovery here on Falconer?
What's Falconer's light above his head? Is that a... It's not the standard ceiling fan. It's like a steampunk
No, I still don't see anybody.
chandelier.
How about American Express versus Tyler Scott, also known as Tyler J. Scott?
I'm here,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Oh, I thought.
But
Tyler,
I have no attorney for that case either.
I thought Tyler was.
What
the,
is going
attorney.
on?
Move for dismissal.
I'm serious. I just don't understand.
Do you want me to call?
I don't want us to have to call anybody. I never had judges call my office when I was a lawyer. I grant you that was 30 plus years ago, but they didn't call my office, say, hey, where are you? Log on. or come up here back again. I mean,
Move for dismissal.
so I don't know what to tell you. Why are these people not showing up? I don't get it. You filed a motion to set aside default judgment, Mr. Scott?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
What's your name?
Tyler, Scott.
Why didn't you answer the complaint?
Upon the complaint that I had received, I responded to the law firm and I relied on their responses that if I made the total of the $23.40 and I set up an ongoing monthly draft, that they would not pursue legal action. Upon that,
slow down. Says you filed a motion to set aside the default judgment, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm not sure. You say you check the box. I have good cause for my failure to appear and answer. I did not appear or answer because.
Then there's no answer.
And I don't have any good response here. I don't have anything written down there. Why didn't you answer?
So in response to that, that's where I put in. I wrote a statement out. I don't know if you received that statement.
No, I did not.
So in that statement, I had laid out that upon the subpoena, the first thing that I did is I called the court to confirm what was going on in the situation. And then that's where I called specifically to the law firm and I addressed, that I had a payment set up on a monthly draft. However, from their explanation, I needed to send in a written documentation upon the request to monthly draft on an ongoing basis. And that's where I had misunderstood that information that I thought it was already set up through my bank account. So then I gave them the payment. I set up a payment plan for the total $23.40. I made that payment. And they said that if I were able to make the $23.40 within 30 days, they would not pursue the legal action. Then they said if a ongoing payment is set up on a monthly basis, they would not pursue legal action. But if that was not established, then they would. So in that, I relied on the law firm's representation. And then on top of it as well.
You're saying they agreed to cut the total amount due and owing from $93.39 to.
No, Your Honor. What I'm stating is that they were saying is that I would just set up the payment plan with them and they would not actually proceed with the court filing. That's what they advised me.
But they did, and you got served. Why didn't you answer the complaint?
The complaint is what they were referring to. Is they said if I made the $23.40, on that day or within 2 weeks of that time frame, they would not appear in court. I said, well, what do I do in this time being? And that's when
you were served with the complaint, though, right?
Yes, it was, Your Honor, and that's where I was relying on their establishment of what they told me. I'm new to this instance. I didn't understand what to do. That's why I just reached out to them because I had already been working with them, and I don't understand why they had filed that because I set up an automatic payment. So that's where they said if I can make that $23.40, you don't need to appear. So I relied on their representation.
Who told you that? A lawyer?
Yes, I spoke with their counsel there at.
Call her mom, Linda. Who'd you speak with?
I can't recall the name, Your Honor.
You want me to call him?
Yeah, call him. Tell him I want to log on in 2 minutes or else I'm going to grant his motion to set aside the default judgment.
Okay, Your Honor.
Do I have anybody here from Hang on. I'll get to that in a second. Portfolio Recovery versus Anthony V. Falconer, 2500530. Is anybody here on this? Mr. Falconer, here, your name.
Doesn't make sense because they went
through. You have to unmute.
He's frozen as well. Nope, still muted.
You have to unmute in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, sir.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. Anthony Falconer?
Yeah, the lawyer didn't show up. It's been an hour. Case dismissed.
Thank
They're
you.
probably going to file a motion to set us, listen to me very carefully. They're probably going to file a motion to set aside the judgment, the default, I'm sorry, the dismissal. So I'm probably going to be likely to grant that. But I'll hear what they have to say too. I'm just not going to have us calling lawyers every Monday. So that's where it is now, Linda, or somebody's going to have, you're going to have to prepare a dismissal order for me to sign. The plaintiff counsel failed to appear.
Your Honor, this has been paid. This has been paid and settled in full since March 3rd, and they said they were putting, they were going to file the dismissal, and they just haven't did that. So that could be where the mistake is.
Your Honor, you do have documents in that packet that shows how he paid.
Now he's mad.
It should be on the very back.
They just leave the paperwork, just drop it, and never finish it up with the court. Like, oh, we got our money, we're good. Let's just no show in court. They'll dismiss it and we'll be fine.
Well, that was nice. So they made him file a motion, and you had to file a motion to get the case dismissed. And then they don't bother.
Yeah, sorry.
And then they don't bother showing up.
Some dirty lawyer in there.
Well, it isn't so much. Did they ever get a judgment here? Or not?
No, Your Honor, I paid it immediately.
Hang on one
I
second.
settled with them. Immediately, I settled with them, and then
Wait a second. Just let me talk a second here to my judicial clerk or civil clerk. We never gave a judgment in this case, right?
Let me check.
I don't think so.
There's not one in your packet.
I don't see one. No.
So refund his dismissal motion fee. It's only $20, but
well, what did you file a motion on this?
No, Your Honor. When I received the complaint, I just paid it. I settled with them that day. This was paid on March 3rd. They said they were gonna send a form to dismiss it on March 3rd, and it just never happened. I've talked to them multiple times. They said there was a process involved, and then that's why I brought up the documentation to the courthouse.
Your Honor, there was an answer filed. There was no judgment, and then he brought them documents in. And I've been checking.
I want the dismissal order to say case dismissed with prejudice. There is documentation in here. Plaintiff counsel failed to appear at pretrial and debt has been paid. Okay, can you put that all on there? I'm going to repeat
dismissed
that for you.
Prejudice.
Case dismissed with prejudice. Plaintiff counsel failed to appear at pretrial and documentation evidences that debt has been paid. Okay?
Have a good day, Mr. Anthony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did you get a chance, probably not yet, to call American Express Krista Ranta, right?
Yes, I did. And somebody's supposed to log in immediately, but I don't see anybody yet.
Anthony Davis versus Heather Herrick.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I also have Heather Herrick versus Anthony Davis on a counterclaim 2403026R.
Yes.
Attorney John Evanchek.
Mr. Evanchek?
Yeah, yes. Good morning, Your Honor. John Evanchek on behalf of the defendant / counter plaintiff, Heather Herrick.
It's a back and forth.
All right. Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Anthony Davis.
All right. He filed a motion for summary disposition. Did you ever file a response to this, sir?
Did I file a response? No.
Yes.
I didn't file any papers.
And if I may, Your Honor, the motion is for summary disposition on plaintiff's claim as well as entry of default judgment on defendant's counterclaim.
Why don't you go ahead? You have to file responses, Mr. Davis.
I have to file answers to.
He filed a motion for summary disposition that he sent to you.
I didn't file a motion for a deposition.
He did. Yeah, you needed to file a response to his motion, right?
Well, okay. What was I supposed to file? A response stating.
Okay, so here's part of the problem. I don't mean to be a wise guy here.
Okay.
You're in over your head. You're filing lawsuits. You don't know what you're doing. Just let me just respond here, and then you can do whatever you want. You filed a lawsuit against the defendant, right?
No, I did not. I filed a small claims.
Okay, but that's still a lawsuit. That's still a lawsuit. It's still a lawsuit.
That was just trying to get. That was trying to get the pay that she owed me.
Okay, but that's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit. You filed a lawsuit when you filed a small claims action. She retained a lawyer and she filed a counterclaim against you.
Yeah, and I don't know why she would have any grounds to do that.
Well,
legal system.
I can tell you,
DMB, 27 months.
They're saying you're not a licensed residential builder.
Well, I don't have.
That's what they're saying. Okay. Well, I'm only telling you that he's a lawyer and you need one. Okay?
I need a lawyer?
I mean, you can handle this yourself, but you didn't file a response. You can't just file lawsuits and then just sit on your hands while they're filing paperwork and not respond.
In all due respect, sir, I didn't know it was a lawsuit. A small claims, I thought that was just to get the pay that she owed me.
He filed a case to remove the action from the small claims division of the court to the general civil division. I was on the case in the small claims division. I'm on the case now in a general civil case. That's just the way it works. I'm still assigned the case. You filed a lawsuit. That was the affidavit and claim. He's now filed a response and counterclaim.
Now you got
back. So they're saying, and it's getting kind of serious now. Not only does he want me to throw out your claim, he's saying that they've incurred $14,825 in damages.
That's not possible.
So, all right. Well, listen. I'm only telling you, these guys went to law school. These ladies went to law school. They spent 3 years studying, took the bar exam, and spend the rest of their lives trying to learn it. Okay?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm just telling you. You don't know anything about this. You need to get a lawyer. I'll give you an adjournment if you want one, unless you want to go into a breakout room with Mr. Ivanchek.
No, I can obtain a lawyer. I can. I have maybe Bob Palchek. I did some work on
I don't need to talk about what lawyer you're going to handle, or anything like that. That's your decision.
Bob's like,
I'm only telling you right now it's getting serious. Not only that you might lose your claim, but lose on the counterclaim and end up paying them money because they think you're not a licensed builder. Now, I don't need to talk about all this. You can go talk to a lawyer. I can give you an adjournment of this motion.
Kimbers, Ohio, welcome.
But I got to move the case along. Do you understand?
Yeah, I can get a lawyer today. I'm pretty sure.
Counsel, Pardon me?
I said, I'm pretty sure I can get a lawyer today, sir.
Rose with
Well, I don't
thorns,
care if
9
you get one
months.
today, tomorrow, or whatever.
So
I'm going to
close.
adjourn the motion.
If I may, Your Honor, the court set this for a bench trial for the 21st, and I have a hearing on the 14th that isn't in person up in 35th. So did the court want to just adjourn it to the bench trial day and move the bench trial?
Oh, yeah. What day do I have it set for?
21st.
Of April.
Of April, yeah, sorry. I might be a little bit late because I do have a hearing on the same day.
I'm going to adjourn the motion for summary disposition. Give me a date in May, Lisa or Linda, the first or second week. So everybody doesn't think I'm crazy. My criminal clerk, who's usually on here, is named Lisa. So
May 6th at 9 o'clock.
She's loud too.
What day of the week is that?
Tuesday.
I do have another Zoom hearing in 14A on that morning, Your Honor, but I can do, that one should be relatively.
14A, is that Senator Simpson?
We can do 9:30 if that's better for you.
That would work better. It is Judge Barr, not always on time, so.
Judge Barr.
Ooh.
Sorry.
I'm sure Judge Barr wouldn't appreciate you saying that on YouTube. Mr. Davis, I'm adjourning the motion for summary disposition until May 6th. Lisa or Linda, give me a trial date 3 weeks after that.
Graceful broken
trial,
bomb.
in the event I don't grant the motion, will be on
whatever date the voice says in our head.
Hang on.
Good morning, RA and chat. So glad to be here. Thank you. 5 months. You're about to get a new courthouse next month. That is awesome.
How about June 3rd at 10 o'clock?
At my birthday.
Mr. Davis.
I hope it's a happy birthday for you. June 3rd at 10. May 6th at 9:30. You have to be here. Your lawyer needs to file a response. You better get a lawyer today or tomorrow so they can file a response. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the notice of hearings that went out from the court had Judge Hessen's Zoom ID on them for some reason. We're not sure why.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I had it right on my notice, but the one we got from the court had the wrong one. So I'm not sure if that's why
that's all right.
Not showing up.
May 6th at 9:30.
Okay.
Everyone's going to the wrong court.
June 3rd at 10. Okay? Thank you. Make sure the date. I'm going to need you to hold this and get that in there. Thank you. You're all set. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have the money, Mr. Sherrill? Does your client have the money yet? Or have they worked that out? Angela?
Angela, where you at?
Angela, what's happening?
Angela.
Mr. Apps, what case are you here on now?
You're muted.
You're muted. Capital One versus Brodzinski. Capital One versus Anthony J. Brodzinski, 2404940.
Good morning, Judge McNally, Cezanne Barta, P65425 on behalf of the plaintiff.
Is Mr. Brodzinski here?
Summary judgment.
No, but his attorney is. That's Mr. Apps.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Apps, your appearance.
Could you hold a second? Your Honor, I'm on overlapping Zooms. I apologize. Gary Apps on behalf of Mr. Brodzinski.
Do you need to go on the other one, or if you're in the middle of that, I don't care. I got plenty to do here. I'll go on to another case if you want.
If you can pass it for a minute, that would be great.
Sure. Your Honor, I'm switching up. I'm back. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'll go on to another case.
Your Honor, someone did log in for the American Express with Mr. Scott.
Tyler Scott.
American Express versus.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got overlapping Zooms, and both you guys came on at the same time.
You're going on. Go do his or hers, whoever judge you're in front of, and I'll call it later. American Express versus Tyler Scott, also known as Tyler J. Scott, 2404507. I need the lawyer on this one, please.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. John Whitty, P66880 for plaintiff.
Okay, that calendar bugs
I don't
me.
mean to pick on you, but why was nobody here on time? Why am I having to call lawyers all the time? I can't believe it. I never thought we'd get to this point in life where judges are calling lawyers. I'm serious. What is going on?
I appreciate it.
They got too much to. I know, but I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to start dismissing these cases. I mean, seriously.
With prejudice.
It's gotten to the point of ridiculous. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Mr. Scott, your name? So I just want you to know, if they see my name on there, they want to make sure they're here because I'm going to start dismissing them. I've been saying that. I should do it. I hate to do it, but I don't understand it. Why are people not, they can sit in their living room, on their boat, in a golf cart, sit on a beach and they can do these. And I got to call them? Mr. Scott, your name?
You're cutting out. This is Gary Epps.
Mr. Epps, get off of ours, please.
Yes, I'm on
I'm going on to another case.
Cell phone with you guys.
I don't want you to be on here. I'm muting you, please. Mr. Scott, your name again.
Tyler Scott.
All right. So Mr. Scott here is telling me, Mr. Whitty, that he paid $23.40. He's filed a motion to set aside default. And he said he paid $23.40. And he was told that if he paid $23.40, a lawsuit wouldn't be started. But a lawsuit was started, even though he paid the $23.40. And then he didn't answer the complaint. And I think he's saying, that he didn't answer the complaint because he thought there wasn't going to be a complaint filed once he paid the $23.40 on a certain date. Did I accurately state that, Mr. Scott?
Not quite, Your Honor. The total agreement that I set up with the law firm was specifically that if I made $23.40 and then gave authorization on an ongoing monthly draft, that a lawsuit would not be pursued. So it's the ongoing monthly draft as well, which I have documentation that they are drafting my account on a monthly basis for a total of $478 on a monthly basis. And that is with Zwicker and Associates. So that is what
he got the papers served on him. There's no dispute as to that, I don't believe. I don't know if you guys go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say the lawsuit was started prior to the agreement being made. The agreement was pursuant to a consent judgment. We mailed Mr. Scott a consent judgment to sign and return. He never signed and returned it, nor did he file an answer, hence why the default judgment was entered. There is a payment plan.
Is that true? Did he send you a proposed consent judgment that you didn't sign and return?
No, I did that electronically, based on their website and over the phone, Your Honor.
I'm asking, did you sign and return the proposed consent judgment?
No, I did not. I didn't get any of that. I don't know what that is.
Do you want to talk to him in breakout room, Mr. Whitty? See if you guys can resolve this.
We do have an agreed upon payment plan in place. So, I mean, he's paying $478 a month.
We have to memorialize it in terms of this case. We're now sitting here with a default judgment. So if you guys want to prepare a document, agree to something, stipulate to set aside the default judgment and enter into a consent judgment or a conditional dismissal, whatever you want, I'm all ears. I'll pass the case. We'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Scott and you two can figure it out. Okay?
Sounds good.
Fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Barta, are you out there still?
I am, Your Honor.
I want to see if that other payment was made. Where's Angela? Angela.
What did we do? I'm sorry. On the Capital One in Brzezinski. I did call that, right?
We're waiting for counsel who's doing another case.
I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm here, guys. I'm here. Gary Epps, I'm here.
Capital One versus Anthony J. Brzezinski, 2404940. Okay, everybody's name?
Good morning, Your Honor. Cezanne Barta, P65425 on behalf of Capital One.
All right. Do you guys want me to just give you, Mr. Amps, by the way, what is your P number, sir?
046306.
So it's 46306, right?
Well, all the notices I get to appear have the 0 in front of them now, so whatever.
Yeah, I get it. All right.
That's
okay.
I believe they're making room when we cross 100,000, whenever that happens.
Oh, is that right?
That's my understanding.
You mean my P numbers changed after 42 years or 41 and a half years? Anyway, I got you. I got Mr. Barta. Do you guys want to try to talk this out, or you want me to just give you deadlines?
Just give
your standard pretrial order is fine.
Good enough. How about 60 days? You have discovery until June the 7th. All motions for summary have to be filed and heard not later than 20 days before the trial date. Give me 1 second here. I just gotta. Nobody demanded a jury, no settlement conference. We're going to have a date of May the 7th for witness list. You don't have to file a trial brief. If you want to file and exchange it, file one, you have to file and exchange it not later than 7 days before the trial. I can take a trial date right now, Linda.
For July?
I'm thinking like late June, early July, but not during the second week of July. Actually, make it either late June or the third week of July.
Okay, we have July 15th at 10 o'clock.
Is that a Monday?
Tuesday.
July 15th at what time?
10 o'clock.
Is that good with you guys? Anybody got a problem with that?
No problem.
It's good? Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll send the scheduling order out. You should have it in the next few days. Thank you both.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks a lot. Do you have any more, Mr. Barta?
I have 3 more with you. One of them is the 8:30 that we're waiting on Martin. We're going to wait till the end of the docket to call, I believe.
Let's get Angela
she
in
didn't
there.
appear. You wanted to give her a chance to call in or appear.
I think I've done enough. She hasn't shown up yet, right, Lisa, Linda?
No, Your Honor, she is not.
All right, I'm gonna call that now. Bank of America versus Heather Martin, 2500048. This is up for pretrial. Defendant never called. I'm gonna call the case now. It's 10:23. And I'm gonna let you go ahead and take a default judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Damages of the amount of $2,115.04, plus costs of a filing fee of $75, a service fee of $40.83, and a motion for summary disposition fee of $20 for a total amount of $2,250.87.
Defendant failed to appear. Default judgments entered in favor of plaintiff and against defendant. The amount the amount of the judgment, including costs, is $2,250.87. All right. Do I have LVNV versus Mohammed Latif?
That's us. Good morning, Your Honor. And I'll Jack Francis on behalf of Plaintiff's Attorney of Record.
Good morning. Your name, Miss Mohammed Latif, your name?
Yes. That's my father. It's him.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
Mohammed Latif.
Good morning to you. All right.
Morning.
So today is the day scheduled for a pretrial. They think that you owe them $906.84. Do you owe that, sir?
No, sir. I do distribute like 2-3 times.
Say that again?
A dispute. We did a dispute to Citibank, the original company, the lender. They overcharged us for the vehicle we had.
Object to her talking, Your Honor.
Yeah, you can't, ma'am, you cannot represent him.
I was told by the court I could.
What court told you you could do that?
When I dropped off our answer to
They didn't say you could. They didn't say you could represent them. Nobody would have ever told you that here. You're muted all of a sudden.
I'm not representing him. I'm just interpreting because he has a language barrier.
Okay. All right. What is your name, ma'am?
Ikra Shahid.
Can you spell that for me?
Yeah, my first name is Iqra.
Morning, Marcy.
Okay.
C.
My last name is Shahid.
Okay. And you speak Arabic?
We speak Urdu, but I speak English fluently. He just has a little bit of a language barrier.
All right. So I'm going to have to address him.
Okay.
If I find out, so you can't say anything unless I think that he doesn't understand something. All right.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Latif, do you understand me, sir?
Yes.
So are you telling me that you do not owe the 906.84?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Ms. Francis, let me do this. Do you want to try to talk to him in a breakout room and maybe you two can figure out what the dispute here is?
Judge, I think just a scheduling order would be good in this situation, and we'll file a motion for summary.
All right. All right. Let me make a note here.
I just need to see if Angela got paid.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and give you until June the 1st to conduct discovery. May 1 witness lists are due. I'm going to set a trial date. Nobody demanded a jury trial. There will be no settlement conference because of that. You don't have to file a trial brief. If you want to, you have to file, exchange it not later than 7 days before the trial. I'm going to put a trial date on this scheduling order. Mr. Latif, I'm going to encourage you to call them. Somebody's making a mistake in math, probably. Maybe it has to do with interest. Maybe it doesn't. But maybe you two can talk and try and resolve it at some point. It's $906. So
Can I speak?
No, you can't. You can't. You can't.
Your Honor, I pay already $4,900, $91 to the Goodyear. I don't know how they charge me $900 again one more time because I do deal with $4,900. I pay already $4,900,
maybe
$91. And they charge me $900 more.
Hang on. Time out.
Okay.
Maybe it's a mistake in math. Why, one or both of you? Who knows? It just seems like this is small enough where the two of you should be able to put together numbers and try to resolve it. I don't know who owes who what, but I'm going to set a trial date. I'm going to let you guys figure it out. If you can't, well, we'll just go to trial. What's the trial date, Lisa? Linda, geez.
You can just call me Lisa. Did you want that in June or July?
That's perfect, June.
Okay, June 17th at 10 o'clock.
June 17th at 10 will be your court date, okay? So you can come here then. I'm hoping you two can talk in the meantime and try to resolve it. $1, you should be able to figure it out. Okay? Any questions, Mr. Latif? No, I don't want you conferring with her. You can't do that. You can understand me. She can't be your lawyer or representative here or anything else.
So how we
Do you have a
solve?
question? I didn't hear what you said.
I said how we solve this problem.
We're going to go to trial unless you and Ms. Francis or somebody else from that office resolve it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I can't just take her word that you owe 906, and I can't just take your word that you don't owe 906.
Yeah.
So I'm going to decide. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good enough. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I have Mr. Thank you very much, Ms. Francis.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Angela.
Do I have performance equity versus Fry? Come on up here, David Fry, 250-0325.
There we go. Oh, he's walking fast. That must be paid.
Angela, your name, sir.
David Fry.
Did you pay the money?
I tried to. She said there was an issue with the numbers, like she didn't get them down correctly, said she didn't have time and hung up on me.
I feel like a babysitter here.
Honest, it's a business card number. There's no reason it doesn't go through. We were three-way on the call with the owner of the company.
And
she had some type of discrepancy putting in the numbers, unless somehow there was a miscommunication.
Do I need to hire? Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I asked her, can we try it one more time? She said, we don't have time for this, and hung up.
Angela, what happened? Come on. Tell me your name again. Mr. Sherrill, tell me your name again.
James Shirley for plaintiff.
Your Honor.
Your name again, Angela. Yeah,
Angela
I need your name again.
Jackson for performance equity.
Spell your last name.
Jackson.
Thank you. Okay. All right. What happened?
All right. So I waited until they called, and a lady from Shaw's Plumbing, she called, and I talked to her. She gave me a card number, and when she gave me the card number, I put him on hold, and she gave me the card number, expiration date, and the CVV. So I put him on hold, and I went and asked our accounting department to run it right away. And she ran it, and it came at an invalid card number. So I got back on the phone, and I said, the accounting department ran it twice, and they said it's an invalid card number. He started saying, no. And I said,
But it's impossible.
I don't have time for this, and I hung up. And that's exactly how it went, because he wouldn't let me talk. He's like, we're gonna put this lady back on three-way, and I said, I didn't want to wait another 15 minutes to put it on three-way.
No.
So I'm like, it's an invalid card number.
Why would she tell you why would she tell you it's an invalid card number if it's not an invalid card number? They want their money.
There's a discrepancy because I use this card every day at Home Depot, thousands of dollars, sir. I'm a plumber. We use a lot of money on that card every day. I guarantee it. I just made this $3,500 for them in the past week to get this paid. I would work 90 hours this week. I mean, the money is there. I just didn't receive my check yet. That's why it's in the account ready to pay it. There's no reason why this shouldn't go through. We all consistently are using this card. It's a business card. It must have been just a miscommunication, or I believe that they just don't want me to pay it and they want the house back. That's how I feel. And I might need a lawyer because it's like, see, they're not letting me. They won't let me pay that.
Mr. Sherrill, where's your office at?
I'm in Muskegon.
Oh, that's right. Where is your office, Angela Jackson?
Illinois, Stanley Park, Illinois. Your Honor, can I say something?
Sure.
I wouldn't have called him on Friday and asked him for the payment if I wasn't willing to take the payment. I called him, I reached out to him for him to make this payment. And the last time he was in court, he said, I got to transfer money, I got to shift money around. He just called Jim on Friday too after he talked to me. I got to shift money around, I got to put money here, I got to put money there. This is a constant thing with him. And it's a constant thing with him, and it's a constant thing with the park. And I work hand in hand with the park.
That has nothing to do with them.
He does this all the time to both of us.
Your Honor, when I called him on Friday, my question was, she called me an hour before they closed, and I said, is there any chance anybody could possibly answer the phone after today, after hours, or Saturday or Sunday, anytime, just to run the card number? He said that's impossible. I was like, why not? I mean, we run cards all the time at 2 a.m. for people. And he said, there's no way I can make the payment. I'll see you in Monday at court.
Hang on a second.
That's what he told me.
Hang on a second. We haven't called the communities yet, right?
No, we're not.
Good. I don't know what to tell you.
Your Honor, Mr. Fry called me.
She'd allow me to make the payment.
At 4:30 on Friday. He told me that the plaintiff's office was closed. I explained to him that they're 1 hour behind us and that he has 1 more hour in which to make a payment. His response was, I'm too busy. I'm on a job. I'm doing pipes under a house.
Then I wouldn't be off until after 5:30, and there was no way I could get there and do it. I was trying to, I mean, right now the payment can be made if they could just communicate the numbers correctly into their system. And this whole time I waited 15 minutes. I was out there and had that to her in 5. She had me on hold for 15 before I could come back in here. That wasn't me. I immediately gave them the numbers.
The card number is valid.
It is. I guarantee it is. Yes, sir. Guarantee. I use it every day for work.
It's a credit card.
Yes, sir. Business card.
Yeah, I know, but are you sure that hasn't reached its limit?
I guarantee it doesn't. Yes, sir. We go through big money at this company, a lot of money every day.
Why don't you give me the number to the lady that gave me the card for Shaw's Plumbing, so I can call her myself?
Yeah, do that. Go give her the name.
Go here?
Yeah, because the alternative is I'm going to have you drive the check to Muskegon.
Whatever.
That's the alternative, a certified check today to Muskegon. So go call up Ms. Angela.
How far is that?
Listen.
I'll do whatever I have to do so they don't say that it's wrong again.
You go over there and you call Angela and you set her up with Shaw's Plumbing. Okay? If I find you're wasting my time,
I swear
and
on my
their
life,
time
sir.
over this, and you don't have the money, we're gonna have a big problem, you and me. Go out there and call her and give her the number of Shaw's Plumbing. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
It's not over.
All right, are you ready, Mr. Whitty?
What do you think happened?
Did you
Do
talk to
think it was,
Mr. Scott?
Not Shaw's Plumbing?
We did, Your Honor.
American Express versus Scott, 2404507. Appearances, please.
John Whitty, P66880 for plaintiff.
Mr. Scott, your name?
Tyler Scott.
All right, what do we got? Did you two talk?
We did talk, Your Honor. We're wondering if we could adjourn this just a couple of weeks. We've exchanged information. I'm going to email him a proposed order setting aside the default and entering a consent judgment. And he wants to just review that, and assuming he gets that back to me.
Is that what you want to do, Mr. Scott?
Anything to avoid the default, and from my understanding of
Angela had not gotten the call.
Consent judgment of the total current payments. Yes, Your Honor.
This is a motion to set aside default judgment. Everything's been explained. I'm adjourning this to April 21. If you two don't resolve it, what's that?
I was going to say at 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock. If you two don't resolve it by then I'm going to just hear the motion to set aside default, okay? So April 21st at 10 o'clock. I'm hoping you guys will resolve it. If not, I'll be glad to decide the motion. Anything else, Mr. Whitty?
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Scott?
That is all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela's waiting for a phone call, and it's not coming
Which
in.
one do you have, Mr. O'Meara and Mr. Barty? You guys have one together, right?
Yes, Portfolio Recovery versus Jason Lond.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He was supposed to call Angela right now.
Your Honor, can you hear me well?
It's not.
Who just said that?
Me, Your Honor. I just want to make sure my audio is working. I've been having issues.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. All right. Portfolio Recovery versus Lond. 2404122. Appearances, gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge McNally. Sazan Barda, P65425 on behalf of Portfolio Recovery Associates.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean O'Meara on behalf of Mr. Lond, P76140 or 07. I don't know now.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that we were doing that, but
I didn't know that.
Okay, anyway, this is your motion for summary, council.
I believe there's competing motions.
I know. So who filed theirs first? You did, right, Mr. Barta?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you can go ahead and argue yours.
Okay, and please bear with me, Your Honor. This might be a lengthy argument.
What?
All right, then let me get off of here. I got to get off for 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay seated, everybody.
Don't go anywhere. I need to go. We're gonna fast forward a little bit. Linda's still waiting for her phone call. Or sorry, Angela's still waiting for her phone call from Shaw Plumbing, which may or may not ever come. I think she suspects that the person who was on the phone giving her the number was not actually Shaw Plumbing. Man, that is a nice chair. I just want to take a moment and look in that top right corner and appreciate that tufted back leather chair for what it is, which is a throne of justice. It's amazing. I like the stool I have, but that is an incredible chair. The chair envy is real, for sure. All right, there's a very strong possibility that we will watch only the openings of the Lori Vallow case, not anything beyond that. And then tomorrow we're going to continue our Michigan versus Linda Stermer trial. That's wrapping up this week, and then we'll be hopefully beginning the Karen Reed trial after that. So there's a quick peek into the future. The guy's back in the courtroom. Isn't that sitting in the front row? Yeah, he's still there. He's back. Angela's lens cover is down. So I'm guessing she's not on the phone with him right now because since he's in court. Maybe he texted her. Maybe he texted her the number. Here's Shaw Plumbing. I was pretty sure the judge was coming back, but oh, there we go. Here we go. He's coming back. We're almost live. Do you guys notice that when I went on Courtroom Confidential the first time, I sent him this picture with my goatee, but I showed up clean shaven? I've now finally returned to the goatee appearance that matches the picture he puts up on the thumbnail. So I think I need to send him a new picture and then go back to clean shaven. I usually don't let it grow much longer than this. This is about it. Does anyone believe she's messing with him? I don't think she is. Lawyers, I just doubt it. I doubt it. They deal with enough problems. Maybe I'll do like Just for Men purple before I shave it. Is there a Just for Men purple? Josh, I see mod chat. Josh, that was gone. As soon as I clicked on it this morning, it was gone. It had been removed. So it got pulled right away. There's purple temp dye. Go for it. I swear, did I not? Oh, he's not back. We are live. It's a long break.
Yeah. You know, that's Steve seated?
Court is back in session.
Real quick, let me have all read up here with the other. Right to the podium. Where are the Pickles Street?
Angela has
Yeah, I'm here.
Nicholas Santana Carnero versus Stephanie Allred, 240596. Your name?
Stephanie Allred.
Where are you?
Mike, I'm Michael Street. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Come on, you got to start. Come on. You got to start your video for me, please. Come on.
It's not starting.
Did you get all the where's Miss?
My wife had to go take the kids to school. That's all we need is the documents from her provided to us, and that's it for now.
Did you get everything to them?
I gave them everything.
You got everything that you need, Mr. Street?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm just going to make a note. Creditor's exam conducted. And so that's to the satisfaction of everybody, correct, Mr. Street?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we got anywhere, but.
I understand. Well, you can garnish wages, bank accounts, etc. So I wish you well. Good luck to you. I'll just make a note that the creditor's exam was conducted. You are all set. Good
Appreciate
luck to
it.
you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, bring up Angela again. Bring up Angela before we
Real
go to
quick,
this
I'm
one.
going to take Cavalry SPV versus Iris Reed, 2500006. Do I have everybody on that?
Good morning,
Yes.
Your Honor. Suzanne Barda, P65425 on behalf of the plaintiff.
Ms. Reed? Reed, your name is it Reed? Okay, your
Reed,
name?
R-E-E-D. Iris Reed.
Okay.
With baby.
This is a pretrial. Do you owe this money, ma'am?
Yes, to
You owe the money?
Citibank. Yes, to Citibank. I would like to file a motion to compel arbitration.
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
I put in a motion to compel arbitration.
I did not hear what you got to get closer to your device. I'm having a heck of a time hearing you.
One moment.
Is this call for arbitration? I heard something about arbitration.
Yeah, I think she said she filed a motion to compel arbitration.
Yes, a motion to compel arbitration, please.
I don't know if she's filed it or if she's asking to file it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So you've got an agreement here and you want to arbitrate this, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking at this, Mr. Bart, it looks like that's
properly filed.
It looks like she has the right to request it.
Your Honor, she has to file a motion so I can file a response and take a look at it.
I filed a motion.
She did
and I
file
sent
a
a
motion.
certified copy to the Cavalry.
Okay,
Yeah.
so she has motion to compel arbitration and state proceedings. She does have that here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn this 3 weeks. You can file a response, or you can submit a stipend order dismissing this for the reason that you're submitting the binding arbitration. I'll just make a note, adjourn 3 weeks for plaintiff to file a response to defendant's motion to compel arbitration. If you need us to send a copy, we will, but we clearly have one attached to our paperwork here. What do you have here for me, Linda?
May 6th at 9:30.
May 6th of 25 at 9:30 will be the court date, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Good luck,
You too.
ma'am.
Bye.
Thanks, Mr. Barta. I'm going to go on to another. I'm going to try to get one or two of these others out of here real quick.
Angela,
Do
please.
I have anything else down there? I have Lond. Active Life PT and Rehab versus Mackinac Administrators LLC, 2500514.
Good morning, Your
on
Honor.
this
Tony
one?
Blackburn. Good morning, Your Honor. Tony Blackburn, PA 2871 on behalf of the plaintiff.
And Morgan's here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Morgan Walters appearing on behalf of defendant Mackinac, P86219.
All right, let me just get these here. All right, your P number again, Mr. Blackburn?
82871.
082.
And yours, Ms. Walters?
86219.
86219?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, do we need to talk about anything here, or should I just go ahead and give you dates?
Your Honor,
Getting dates, Your Honor. I don't think.
yeah, we were. That was hoping to open discovery.
Wow, this is a PIP case.
That is correct.
PIP. What's PIP? It's not picture in picture.
Well, good. I haven't had a PIP case in a while. Good. All right, so what do we want? How long to discovery?
A month.
I tell you what, I'm going to give
90 days. 3
How
months.
long?
So we have the underlying claimant's case. We haven't taken his deposition yet, but we have been talking with his counsel to get that scheduled. We're hoping to get that scheduled within the next couple of weeks here. So I think maybe 60 days would be sufficient.
Mr. Blackburn?
That's fine with me. That works.
Nobody demanded a jury here, did they?
We filed a jury demand, Your Honor.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right.
Yep, we filed one on March 6th.
So, okay, good enough. So we have a, let's see. I'll tell you what, I'll give you until July 1 to conduct discovery. Witness lists are due by June the 1st. I'm going to give you a trial date, and I'm going to give you a settlement conference date. I'm going to put down 1 day for trial. So we're going to need a trial date. Yeah, I want a trial brief in this case too. And you have to, I'm not going to make you submit requested voir dire questions, but you do have to submit proposed jury instructions in your proposed verdict form, not later than 7 days before the trial. We will have a trial date sometime, I'm going to say in September, Linda, and the settlement conference date 2 to 3 weeks before that.
Your Honor, will this be a jury trial?
Yes.
Okay, how about September 12th at 8:30?
Okay.
That
And then we'll
works
do
for
the,
us.
is that good?
That works for us, Your Honor.
And then we'll do the settlement conference, and all parties, including the insurance adjuster with authority to settle it, and the trial attorneys have to be present. We'll do that sometime like 2 weeks before. Right before we'd have to send out jury notices. So what, about August 26th, 7th, 8th, somewhere in there?
August 26th at 9:30.
Okay. So you guys will get this. I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I will send this out to you guys. You should have it the next 4 or 5 days, okay? Thank you very
Your
much.
Honor. Have a good
Anything
one.
else?
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you. You too.
Have a good day.
Thanks a lot. Bye now. Do I have Ernest McEwen versus Jamie's Attic LLC?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, geez, this is the... Yeah.
Go sit down.
Guys, you've been waiting. I know. I got these lawyers with this motion. I'll do one of two things. I'm either going to have you have a seat or I'm going to have to adjourn it.
Your Honor, Billy Joe Taylor, P number 82278.
Oh, you're a lawyer.
Yes, Your Honor. I did file an appearance. I also filed a demand for removal.
You did?
General civil. It was e-filed, Your Honor, at my e-filing on April 3rd.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Do you have that, Linda? I'm sorry.
I'm going to
I would've
look
gotten
right
you out
now.
of here. You could have told us an hour ago. I would have gotten you out of here. So,
You're busy, Judge.
sir, when they file, what's your name again?
Ernest McEwen.
When you file the small claims case, everybody has the right to remove the case.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor.
So she filed that. So now I have to take it to this general civil division. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to set a pretrial. I'm going to have to sign the demand for removal. And then you're going to have to file your answer to the complaint within 14 days from the time that I sign the order. So
I will.
No, she will. You're the plaintiff. She'll have to file that. I am so sorry to have kept you guys
Your
here
Honor,
this long.
I only see an appearance. I don't see a demand and order for removal.
She's saying it was e-filed. Will you go down and double check with her though, so we don't lose this? And then we'll send out a date for a pretrial. Okay, sir?
All right, sir.
I'm sorry?
I'm good with that, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm sorry. If I'd have known, I would have got you guys out of here an hour ago. My mistake.
That's okay.
No worries, Your Honor, but I'll go check to make sure it is.
Please do. If not, you can just hand fill one out.
No worries.
Okay,
Thank you,
thanks
Your
a
Honor.
lot. Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Performance Equity versus David Fry, 2500325. Mr. Tell me this is resolved. Mr. Fry, your name?
David Fry.
Angela, your name? Jackson, Ms. Jackson?
Angela Jackson.
And James Shirley.
Mr. Shirley, what happened? Tell me
some
this
good news.
resolved. Okay.
The payment did go through.
Okay. So what do you want to do? You're going to just dismiss the case?
Well, I'd suggest a conditional dismissal, Your Honor. We don't want to be doing this every couple of months. I'd suggest a conditional dismissal in case of any future default that lasts more than 10 days. I can file an affidavit, an order to reinstate, and a judgment.
How can I do that? How do I have the authority? He's paid up the debt. I don't see how I can do that at this point.
No. There's quite a substantial balance remaining.
There's a substantial balance remaining?
On the principal, yes. He's come current, but there's still a balance on the principal.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I know, but I can't. That's what you're sued for, was the past debt.
Correct. Well, actually, we sued for possession.
No, I get it, but you were sued based on the fact that he had an arrearage, right?
Yes.
And now the arrearage has been brought up to date. I'm a lousy judge, don't you think? I think if I start entering into signing orders of conditional dismissal that pertain to future defaults, right? I can't do that. I'm sorry. So you guys want to just submit a stipend order to dismiss?
I'll do a voluntary dismissal.
Well, you got an answer here somewhere, right?
Well, not in
Does he
writing.
have your permission? He's appeared though. Does he have your permission to sign your name to a stipulation and order to dismiss this case without prejudice?
Yes, sir.
That's the way I'm going to ask you to do it, Mr. Sherrill. I'll just indicate plaintiff attorney will, and you have his permission to sign his name, so we'll submit S&O to dismiss without prejudice, okay?
All right.
You could have made, all right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your patience, Ms. Jackson, Mr. Sherrill. Thank you. Next time,
see you soon.
do this a little soon. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. I think I got one more.
All right,
What's this one?
We're gonna bail from that one. Oh. Took a while, but the bill got paid. That was the goal. Let's see. What's Judge Cedric Simpson doing today? Is he off? No, he just got up to leave. So it's gone. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing?
I'm okay. I need you to check your email and see if I got you the flight, because I thought I did, but now it's saying maybe I didn't.
Delta Airlines, your flight receipts.
Okay, well, what's this? It says, we're sorry, but there was a problem processing your request. Please go back and try again.
I like that it's nonstop. I'm in the baggage section. Put me in the baggage section? I know it's cheaper, but... Got a family vacation coming up. So it's just me and my siblings. So
did it go through?
I've got a receipt, so I have a flight.
Okay, all right, then we're good to go.
Yeah, don't pay him again. I've already got one.
Yeah, okay.
Now we need to pay for all the baggage that I'm going to take. Where are we going? Bear Lake. Bear Lake, Idaho. I'll bring you guys. You'll see. I think I'll have my Starlink and a basic setup, and we're all going to family reunion. Did we get to come? Yes. We'll check to make sure it was charged. No, I'm doing one better. I'm going to screen capture the email they sent me. There we go. Boom. Flight receipt. Ticket amount. Checked bag allowance. Oof. Yeah, I'm going to have to pay for those. My checked bags are going to have all my gear, so I'll need some mics and cameras and stuff. Such. Are you taking your mobile setup? Yes. There's 2 extra suitcases, pretty much. What's the weight limit on a checked bag? 50 pounds is all? Oh. How much for a third bag? Tax write-off, business expense. All right, are we all siblings now? I guess we could be. Bear Lake is huge. We're going to Bear Lake. Pretty sure in Idaho. I guess this is a great time to spill the beans. My family, meaning my siblings, and I have not been on a family vacation since I was in grade school together. We've never done a vacation thing. We've had some reunions, but now the siblings are all going to be together in one spot. So it's pretty cool. Question was when? When or during which trial? I don't know when. You'd think that would be on the ticket somewhere, right? It's literally not on the receipt. Is that a problem? I think it's the end of July. All right. Did we finish the baseball bet trial? We did. If you missed it, it's over on Top Mark Media. We have, Chris, we have the closing arguments and the verdict over there. We have both of those available for you. See, it is 11:15. Let me run around really quickly and see who is still up. We're not doing the bathtub murder trial. Judge Simpson has taken a break. Judge Simmons is sort of in break 2. Judge McNally has a long one. We're going to skip on that one. Ooh. How about this guy? You know this one. Sure.
Nuevamente, voy a tomar un momento pedir que ella preste juramento como nuestro intérprete.
We haven't seen Judge Middleton in a long time.
You swear or affirm to the best of your ability you will interpret these matters from Spanish into English and English into Spanish.
I do.
Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Vivian Montero, court interpreter 18369.
Tammy in Kansas, member for 15 months. Thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery.
All right. Mr. Garcia is here with his lawyer, Rhonda Ives.
El señor Martina García está aquí con su abogada, licenciada Rhonda Ives.
The last gentleman we did is in his 60s.
El último acusado que atendemos tenía 60 y pico de años.
And he is suffering the consequences of a adult lifetime of substance abuse addiction.
Y él padece de una adicción durante toda su adultez de abuso de sustancias reguladas.
Judge is dispensing wisdom here.
He has multiple physical and mental health issues.
Tiene múltiples problemas de salud física y salud mental.
This defendant is 20 years old.
Este acusado tiene 20 años de edad.
Alexis.
And has
significant
substance abuse issues.
Y tiene problemas significativos, problemas de sustancias reguladas.
He's not yet 21, and he has 2 serious drinking driving convictions.
No tiene aún 21 años de edad y tiene 2 delitos graves de conducir en estado de ebriedad.
She's an Uber and
he is
interpreter.
Too young to be ready to participate in a sobriety court treatment program.
Él es demasiado joven para poder participar en el programa de tratamiento del Tribunal de Sobriedad.
We have not had very good success with 20-year-olds.
No hemos tenido mucho éxito con jóvenes de 20 años.
Man.
We also have the language barrier.
También existe la barrera de idiomas.
So Daniel Frazine has prepared the screening report in this case.
Daniel Frazine ha preparado el informe en este caso.
Drama Llama Mama, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much.
And same thing. Hard to know what the correct answer here is. Ms. Ives, what would you like us to know?
¿Cuál es la respuesta correcta? Licenciada Ives, ¿qué es lo que quiere que sepamos?
Your Honor, from what I gather in talking to Mr. Medina Garcia, he's a very hardworking young man.
Su señoría, en lo que puedo entender en la conversación con el señor Medina García, él es una persona muy trabajador.
Hard worker, yep.
And unfortunately, it took this second offense to realize he has really made some bad choices regarding alcohol.
Y lamentablemente, tomó 2 veces para que él se diera cuenta que ha estado tomando mala decisión en cuanto al alcohol.
He realizes now that he has an alcohol or a driving license problem because he won't be able to drive.
Ahora entiende que tiene problema en cuanto a la licencia porque no va a poder manejar.
The alcohol might be the problem. The driver's license is the result.
He also understands that alcohol put him in this position, and that would indicate. Oh, sorry.
Él también entiende que debido al alcohol es la razón por la cual está en esta posición.
And he has indicated to me that he's done with alcohol.
Me ha indicado a mí que ya
She yawns
que no quiere
mid-translation.
más saber más
great.
del alcohol.
Now, I don't know what kind of programs that can be put in place for him through the court.
No sé qué tipo de programas están disponibles para él a través del tribunal.
As it appears, sobriety court is not an option.
Ya que el tribunal de sobriedad no es una opción.
But I believe helping Mr. Medina Garcia to
Pero
overcome
creo que es importante ayudar al señor Medina García a superar
any alcohol addiction or issues that he has, because I think he is, I think he's determined. I think he has goals in mind. And
cualquier adicción al alcohol, porque creo que él está determinado creo que se ha propuesto metas.
It is hopeful that the court will follow the recommendations of probation
Espero que el tribunal siga las recomendaciones del Departamento de Libertad Condicional
and the other terms listed by Mr. Frazine.
y los otros
He needs
términos
help.
enumerados por el señor Frazine.
He needs help right now.
That will allow him to continue to be employed.
Le va a permitir seguir trabajando.
I would indicate that Mr. Medina Garcia has indicated that he is very remorseful for his decision to drive that evening.
Que el señor Medina García está muy arrepentido de tomar esa decisión de manejar aquella noche.
And he has indicated to me that he is thankful that he nor anyone else were injured.
Y me indicó a mí que está muy agradecido que ni él salió lesionado ni nadie más.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Daniel, in your report, you indicate that he was just discharged from probation last September.
Señor Daniel, en su informe, usted especifica que él fue dado de alta del plazo de libertad condicional septiembre del año pasado,
Where he was 19 and he crashed his vehicle.
donde él tenía 19 años de edad y chocó su vehículo.
Now he's 20 and he crashed his vehicle.
Ahora tiene 20 años y chocó su vehículo nuevamente.
With a .153 blood alcohol level.
About double.
Con un nivel de alcoholemia .153.
I've mentioned this often. I looked at last year's statistics.
Menciono esto a menudo. Yo miré a las estadísticas del año pasado.
About 1/4 of our drinking driving cases
Un cuarto del número total de los casos de conducir en estado de ebriedad
are young Mexican or Central American men.
son hombres jóvenes provenientes de México o Centroamérica.
Many without lawful residency status.
Muchos aquí sin haber regularizado su situación migratoria.
I don't think you have that problem.
No creo que tenga ese problema.
Mr. Medina Garcia, are you an American citizen?
Señor Medina García, ¿es usted ciudadano estadounidense?
Yes, so you don't have the issue of being in fear of being deported.
Entonces, por lo menos no corre el riesgo de ser deportado.
I'm not sure. I think you have more English than
Yes.
Creo que usted sabe más inglés que.
Your Honor, if I may explain that issue, because he was born in the United States, but he went to live in Mexico with his family for a number of years. So he was educated primarily in Spanish and did not have an English background. So he really speaks very, very little English.
Su señoría, si me lo permite explicar, aunque él nació en Estados Unidos, él fue a vivir en México, estudió en México, entonces él todavía tiene poco inglés.
Yes.
Sí.
Sí.
Although you've been
I
back
can do that
in
one.
the States since you were in 8th or 9th grade.
Aunque ha estado de vuelta en Estados Unidos desde el grado 8 o 9.
So I think you got some English.
Creo que sabe algo de inglés.
But as I told you before, I want to make sure that you understand everything. So we're doing this with the help of an interpreter.
Pero como mencioné anteriormente, quiero asegurar que usted entiende todo plenamente. Por eso estamos utilizando los servicios de un intérprete.
But the important thing is that in addition to all of your other problems,
Lo importante es, además de todos los demás problemas que tiene,
you're not at risk of being deported.
Lo bueno es que usted no corre el riesgo de ser deportado.
However, you are at risk
Sin embargo, usted sí corre el riesgo
of killing yourself or someone else if you keep driving like this.
matarse a sí mismo o matar a otra persona si usted sigue manejando así.
The guy whose car you hit,
El tipo cuyo auto usted le chocó
had his car parked in the driveway,
tenía su vehículo estacionado en el camino.
and he says he heard vehicles racing down the road and heard a loud boom.
Dijo que escuchaba vehículos haciendo carreras por la calle y escuchó un terrible sonido, un trueno.
When he looked out the window, he saw his neighbor, you, driving off his yard.
Cuando él dijo, miró por fuera de la ventana, le vio a usted conducir fuera de la yarda de él, saliendo de la yarda de él.
And drive off over into your yard.
Y que usted pasó a la yarda de usted.
You hit his Infinity SUV with a Ford 250.
Que usted pegó al Infinity de con el Ford F-250.
The loser in that was the Infinity.
El vehículo que perdió en ese caso fue el Infinity.
You told the officer you only had 2 beers.
Usted le dijo al oficial que solo había tomado 2 cervezas.
2 beers to the 0.15.
Once again, Daniel, one of your probation charges got arrested for the same offense, so you had a relationship with him.
Nuevamente, Daniel, uno de sus clientes se enfrentó el mismo cargo 2 veces, así que usted ya lo había conocido.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
¿Hay algo que agregar?
Well, during his last probation, I was able to get him engaged with Mr. Henson, who does speak Spanish, for therapy.
En la última vez, él pudo participar con el señor Henson, que habla español, para consejería.
And he did complete 10 sessions of SUD education and general therapy.
Él completó 10 sesiones de SUD y consejería en general.
As well as not failing any alcohol tests, and he did do the highway alcohol safety course through Mr. Boland.
Él pasó todas las pruebas de alcohol al azar y también tomó el curso con el señor Boland sobre seguridad sobre la carretera.
With all the stuff he participated in the first one and having very similar facts 5 months after being on a probation and worse alcohol BAC.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for the interpreter?
Okay, hang on.
Yes, I can.
I'm gonna bail on this just for a minute because we have something that I haven't seen before. We have a jury with Judge Oakley. I'm sorry.
You can use it how you want. I'm just warning you.
Put it in the report.
Okay.
That was for the head. Did you say you witnessed her perform another blood draw, right? Okay. Do you know if she wiped my arm with alcohol or another substance?
I believe that the wipes that they utilize does not contain alcohol. Any of the wipes.
You believe or you know?
What is inside the blood kit is not provided. Me, it's provided by I'm gonna guess Michigan State Police blood kit. So they would be better equipped to know what to utilize for a blood draw than myself. What's inside the blood kit is forensic lab, to my knowledge.
So let me help you out, Mr. Lee. If you know the swab that the phlebotomist used on Mr. Lee, did that come out of the kit? Okay. So I think the lady that's going to be on Zoom from the lab can answer that question. What exactly is that? I think. I would assume she should. Okay. Okay. So he might not be the best witness to get to that.
Pro se.
Would it be fair to say, okay,
Arguing from his phone.
are you sure that my blood was the blood that was tested at the lab?
Yes,
And how did you come to that?
I was there while the phlebotomist was conducting your blood draw. I watched them take the vials out of the box. I watched them do both vials of blood, and then I watched them carefully place both vials of blood back in the box.
Are you referring to the blood draw?
Correct.
No, I mean the lab, the testing lab. Where you were?
I'm not present at the lab.
Oh, that's all I want to work. I said I was gonna say yes or no. Did you properly store my blood when it was in your possession?
Correct. Yeah, the phlebotomist places it into the box. I don't have any contact with your blood whatsoever.
Outside of the box?
Outside of the box, yes. I transport your blood from point A to point B to the hospital to the hospital.
But a jury with one alternate.
I'll go with mail to the forensic lab.
That we can see.
Okay. Do you have any word, or do you have any record other than your word that will show how the blood was handled while in custody at the police station? Are you for certain that my blood didn't get misplaced at any stage in this investigation?
From the time that I had the blood kit, it did not get misplaced. Anything further from that, I don't know.
So are you for certain that my blood didn't get mislabeled?
I know for a fact your blood did not get mislabeled.
Are you for certain that my blood was properly stored in the right temperatures over the course of time that it transported from the hospital to the lab back to you all for the results?
It's not going to ferment and form alcohol, bud.
As far as the storage?
As far as the temperature, I'm not sure if there's anything in regards to the temperature, but out of my time as a law enforcement officer, never heard of a blood kit being misplaced.
Never heard of it. No further question. Mr. Greco?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
At the hospital,
Before you get the search warrant, your standard is probable cause, correct?
Correct.
You were not convicting Mr. Lee that night.
No.
Correct. You have suspicion.
Correct.
Based upon the totality of the circumstances that you went through with Mr. Lee, correct?
Correct.
And we're here in the 34th District Court on an OWI first, correct?
Correct.
All right. If it was an OWI second, in your experience, we down town, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
do you have any redirect or recross follow-up based on those questions?
He literally used AI.
You stated that if we're OWI second, just for the record, we'll be downtown, right?
Correct.
So once again, given the fact that it was put in your report, that is a second offense, I would have been downtown.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. I'll see you can step down. Watch your step on the ramp. You want to take care of the lady on Zoom?
Ray has some questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jury question coming in.
Okay,
from the back row.
that's. I'm just trying to get the lab person. Show that to Mr. Greco and Mr. Lee.
When is lunch? That's what it says. When is lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and folks, if you have a question, it doesn't have to be on the official question form. It can just be on a page out of your notepad. Do either one of you have any objections to this question being asked?
Yes.
Okay. I would agree with Mr. Greco.
That is the question.
Correct.
Because I was going to ask that, but I just.
Okay. And he probably would have objected and I would have sustained the objection. I agree. I agree. All right, now you can step down.
You don't get that
I was
answer.
going to ask that the lady this situation, why was he not tested?
And that would be irrelevant, just like it is right now. Mr. Greco, next witness.
He's like, man, I should have asked that. It was objected to.
Counselor Grishaber, would you ask her to come in? Or you got her, Ken? Thanks. Petrie is the name?
Yeah.
All right. Ma'am, all the way up front, please. Come on up here and watch your step on my incline ramp. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Come settle up in that chair. Make yourself
Settle up.
comfortable and then state your name and spell your last name.
This judge is fantastic.
Michelle, Michele, Petrie, Petrie.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Closed
Ms.
caption
Petrie,
didn't
once
quite
again,
get
please
it.
state your name for the record.
Michelle,
What?
Michele, Petrie, Petrie.
She just did
where
that.
are you employed?
Fort Will, Wayne, in ER.
Okay, is that the old Annapolis Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been employed there?
5 years.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm an ER medic.
Okay, and what are your generally duties and responsibilities?
I assist with all the patient care, medical, and trauma with my nurses and doctors.
Can you describe for the jury your training and certifications, if any?
My training started in 1990 as a medical assistant with Ross Medical Education, licensed with EMS of 1990.
Can you describe any training you've had related to the drawing of blood?
Medical assistant and ER medic, phlebotomy, and starting IVs.
Okay. For how long have you been doing this?
This is 1990.
1990, about 35 years?
Yes.
She's an expert.
Were you working on the evening of October 5th, 2023, going into the early morning hours of October 6th?
Yes.
Do you recall, I know it's 2 years ago, but do you recall drawing blood from an individual at the direction of the Romulus Police Department that night?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever drawn blood under such circumstances before?
Yes.
Okay. And how often have you been involved? When I say such circumstances, surgical warrant?
Yes.
And in your experience over the years, how often have you been involved in such?
Several.
Okay.
I would say several.
Several, like less than 10, more than 10, a few a year, a few a month? How would you describe to the jury?
More than 10.
More than 10.
10 over the years.
Okay, over the years, okay. Now, are you familiar with the MSP, the Michigan State Police blood draw kit?
Yes.
Okay, and that's because you indicated that you've done this.
Yes.
With the direction of police. All right, what's in the Michigan State blood draw kit?
There are 2 vials, 2 for urine, 2 for blood.
Okay,
Also, there's the paperwork. There is the paperwork. Also, there is a betadine swab for patient.
and labels, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, what's a betadine swab?
A betadine swab is a brown swab. The inside of it is a brown swab, not alcohol.
Okay, and that's specific to these blood testing?
Yes.
Correct.
It's just to cleanse the area.
Just to cleanse the area?
Judge shows
But
us the
not something
jury.
that's alcoholic, like
No.
maybe used, on doing shots or something that all of us encounter when we go to the doctor.
Correct.
All right, in this case, when the officers present there, what do you do?
I make sure there is a warrant for blood draw.
Okay.
Make sure the judge's name is on it.
Okay, so you take a look at the paperwork.
Yes,
Okay. And did you confirm the warrant in this case with respect to Mr. Dwayne Lee?
yes, I did.
Okay. And was it Officer Rishon that was there? that
Yes.
evening? Okay. And once you confirm the warrant, I assume
I prepare my area.
Prepare the
I
area.
prepare,
you also confirm the patient. I know he's there in Valley, but you also confirm the patient with the IDs and stuff.
yes,
So you match everything up, correct?
yes,
Managed it all up last that
Lots of
night
leading.
for Dwayne Lee?
yes.
Okay. All right. What are the instruments and tools that you use to do a blood draw like this?
I do have them with me today. May I-
Okay, sure, you have.
Oh, she got a demonstration. She brought show and tell.
So this would be in addition to the blood, what's in the blood draw kit?
No, this is not in the kit. It's
That's correct. In
what I
addition,
use.
talk about what's in, this is the tools that you, correct?
My butterfly. Okay,
Okay.
my bag container, everything is sealed and sterile. Only thing that's not sealed and sterile are my gloves.
But they're new when you use them, correct?
Yes.
Out of the box,
That's
correct?
fresh out of the box, and my tourniquet.
Okay, so those are the tools that they have on hand at the hospital that you use to do the physical blood draw using the vials and the betadine, did I say
Yes.
it right?
Yes.
Thing from the MSP.
Yes,
Okay, correct. All right, the instruments you indicated are sterile.
yes.
They're packaged?
Everything
Okay.
is packed.
Okay. Was there anything in the records that indicated any difficulty in obtaining the blood samples in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you follow the correct procedures and protocol?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you drew the blood, correct?
Yes.
What happened? Said you had 2 vials. What do you do?
My files are prepared. They are labeled with my name on them and the police officer's name on them.
Okay.
Everything is timed,
Okay.
even when I penetrate the skin.
Okay. All right, very good. So you do the blood draw, do the 1 vial and then the next vial right after?
Yes,
Okay. And then you label everything?
yes.
Or you're labeling some before, some after?
No, everything is labeled after.
Got it. Okay. And then once everything's labeled, what do you do with the vials?
Vials are placed in the kit
Okay.
with the paperwork in triplicate and sealed with the police officer's signature and my signature.
Okay. And when you say the blood vials are sealed, correct?
Yes,
They put like a label over it?
yes,
So that when the lab gets it, they can see an unsealed, unlabeled broken seal, correct? And you're the one who monitors all this with the officer present,
yes,
correct? Is everything properly drawn, labeled and sealed, that evening?
yes,
Okay? And the vials are sealed in front of you, correct?
yes.
And then what happens with the vials in the box? Did you put it in the box?
Everything's in the box with the paperwork.
Mhm.
Everything is signed and the police officers take everything away.
Okay, once everything is,
Yes,
and as far as that night with Mr. Lee, did that conclude your involvement in that case until at least this morning?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Lee, cross?
Good. Late in the morning.
Morning.
Well, I didn't know that I was gonna be crossing you, but I will.
That's fine.
I know it was during your question.
You didn't know he was going to cross her?
First of all, you understand under all.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That was a yes, Ms. Petrie?
Yes.
Thank you.
Notice during your, I'm sorry, notice during your questioning that the prosecutor asked you a lot of questions. And when you use the word is, everything is, the labs are sealed in this. Are you for certain that every answer that you gave to each question referred to my case?
Yes, I understand that.
No, I'm saying, are you for certain that every answer you gave is critically prone to my case.
Yes,
So we're not speaking in general of what is normally done. We're speaking about the night in question.
yes,
In my case.
yes.
You clearly remember all those procedures that you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you make it, you're saying that you make it a habit or you make it a, good work habit to do these things
I have to.
with no mistakes.
No mistakes.
And you would say, oh, how long have you been working, you say?
I've been working since 1990.
Since 1990, unblemished.
No, I'm not unblemished.
Make mistakes. Question.
No, not even in working EMS.
So you haven't made mistakes.
No, no mistakes.
Are,
I'm sorry?
so you are unblemished or are you not?
I'm unblemished.
Oh, really? Oh, real question.
Any follow-up?
I'm unblemished.
You can go back to work. Thank you for your time. Watch your step on the ramp right here.
She says, 35
And
years,
thanks for
I've
the
never
props.
made a
I liked
mistake.
it. No, really, it's very helpful, I think. No, I like it. Thank you.
Usually
Mr.
we only get
Greco,
that
are we
from
ready
the-
for Miss Wichterman?
The
You are, Your Honor.
rifle tool mark, gun tool mark guy. But the blood draw, the blood test. That's good props. Good work, ma'am. Continue your 35
Did she have
years
a title?
of stellar service.
What's that?
Is there a title that goes along with Miss Wichterman?
Forensic science.
Hello,
Good
Brooke.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience today. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Would you state your name?
My name is Brooke Wichterman.
Thank you, Ms. Wichterman. Mr. Greco?
I would have said Witcher.
Good morning, Ms. Wichterman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please, once again, state your name for the record.
My name is Brooke Wichterman.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division in the Toxicology Unit.
Okay, and what is your position at the SPD Forensic Lab Toxicology Unit?
I am a forensic scientist.
Okay. And generally speaking, we're going to get into this case, but what are your duties and responsibilities of a forensic scientist? What do you do?
I analyze blood and other biological specimens for the presence of alcohol and drugs.
Okay. Can you please describe for the jury your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from Villanova University.
Villanova Basketball School.
Now, I'd like you to look at, I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 3, which is a copy of your curriculum vitae, your CV, or your resume. You have that in front of you?
I do have it.
And does it accurately describe your education, training, and experience?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of Exhibit number 3, Wichterman's name of CV.
Mr. Lee, have you had a chance to look at that?
It was sent to me in the email.
Any objection to that admittance?
No.
All right, that'll come in, Mr. Greco. Thank you. Proceed.
All right, Ms. Wichterman, describe your training in toxicology.
My training in toxicology has mostly been through the Michigan State Police. They have a module-based training program that we use for any analysis that we're learning. It begins with an observation period where I observe another trained scientist performing the method I'm learning. After that, I am observed performing the steps of that method, and the final step is me going through a series of competency tests. The tests are performance-based, where I analyze a series of samples that have been previously analyzed, and my results must match the previous results of the trained scientist within given acceptance criteria. After that, there's also a written and an oral-based test, both of which test my knowledge on the subject and my ability to accurately testify to my results using that method. Once that's completed and I pass, my supervisors review that and they sign off on me being competent in whatever method I'm learning.
So when we get the job, it's a lot of testing and training and competency for you.
Yeah, in the beginning, definitely.
Yeah, okay. And all the things that you just talked about as far as the observations, the testing, the coming within the margin of error, and the written and oral exams, did you pass those?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Since the completion of your training, have you tested blood samples for ethanol and drugs?
Yes.
Okay, approximately how many times?
For alcohol specifically, I have tested a little under 3,800 samples.
And have you testified in court before as a forensic scientist?
I have.
And approximately how many times have you testified in court before today?
4 times.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert each time?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to qualify
4 for 4.
As an expert in the area of forensic science, specifically in the area of analyzing blood for presence of alcohol under MRE Michigan Rule of Evidence 702.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, any objections? Qualified.
All right, Ms. Rickman, did you test a blood sample in this case regarding the defendant, Dwayne Lee?
I did.
Okay. And how is it, now you never met Mr. Lee, correct?
No.
Okay. So how is the blood sample in this case that you indicated that you examined regarding Mr. Lee, how was it received in the triangle?
The evidence that we receive comes to us typically through first-class mail. It's sent in small cardboard kits that are cardboard boxes that we refer to as kits with an evidence-safe seal on that.
And that's the normal way a sample gets to your lab, first-class mail?
Typically, yes.
Please describe the protocol in your laboratory governing the reception and documentation of evidence.
Our evidence comes to us, like I said, through first-class mail. It comes to the main evidence reception area in the laboratory. Our technicians in our toxicology unit are the ones that retrieve the kits and they will bring them back to our toxicology evidence reception room. Once they bring the kits to that room, they begin to open the kits one at a time.
I think
the
they're
first
looking
thing
at us.
the technician does is they make sure that the evidence safe seal is still intact. After that, they're going to break that seal and begin moving the items of evidence out of the box. Typically, what's in the kit is the blood tubes and the paperwork that goes along with them. The technician compares the information on the blood tubes to the information on the paperwork, and they make sure that everything matches. At this point, they can begin to enter all the information into our information management system for our laboratory, and they will also give that case a unique toxicology identification number. That's what we use to refer to the case from the time that it's in our laboratory. After they're done entering all the information in the system, they will put those tubes into our secure refrigerators.
Okay. And was the protocol that you just described done in this case?
Yes.
As far as your involvement in this case and observations of what you did and do, was there any irregularities with regard to the evidence in this case?
No.
Okay. What method does your lab use to determine the presence and the amount of alcohol in a person's blood that's submitted to you?
We use a method that's called Headspace GC-FID. In simple terms, what that method is able to do, it takes a sample, which is a mixture of different components. It's able to separate that mixture into its individual components and identify what that is, what they are, and measure how much of each is present. Our method is specifically looking to identify and measure alcohol in the mixture.
And is there a protocol for the use of this method?
Yes.
All right. What is it and why?
There's a protocol so that we make sure that we're treating each case that comes into our laboratory the same way and to make sure that our quality standards are being met for each case.
Okay. And was the protocol followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what measures or quality control steps are taken to ensure that the results are reliable and accurate?
There are a variety of different quality control steps that we use. the instruments that we use are calibrated with each batch that we run. We also prepare a set of control samples that are run throughout the batch. Control samples are samples that have known amounts of alcohol in them. We run them throughout the batch to make sure their instruments are operating correctly and giving us reliable and accurate results. We also prepare and run a series of samples that are negative, which means they don't have any alcohol in them. Those are run throughout the batch to make sure that our instruments are detecting alcohol where there's none present.
Those are good control mechanisms.
Also, after the instruments are done running, my work will go through 2 different review processes before my report is going to get released. The first review is done by a supervisor who makes sure that my batch meets quality control standards. And the second review is done by another trained forensic scientist who looks at my work for the case before the report's released.
And were all your instruments in proper working condition for this case?
Yes.
And how many tests did you perform on this specific blood sample?
So for each blood tube that we are analyzing for alcohol, I prepare 2 different samples from that blood tube. Each of those samples get run on their own individual instrument, and each instrument is going to measure the amount of alcohol in that sample twice. That gives us a total of 4 measurements for alcohol in the blood tube, and the result that we report out is an average of those 4 results.
Results are
And
average.
did you obtain a result after testing the blood in this case, Mr. Lee's case?
I did.
He was right.
And
at
did
the
you prepare a
thresholds.
report?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand you through the ether, I guess. People's Exhibit number 4, which is, I'd like you to take a look at that and describe for the court what that is.
He's literally reading his script, like his questions are written out line by line.
This is the laboratory report that I wrote for this case.
He needs to listen. Everyone has a copy. Judge has a copy.
And on page 2, it has your signature.
Yes.
And what does your signature on the bottom of the report mean?
It just means that I'm the one that wrote the report.
Let's see, I think we talked about this, but what were the findings in this case? What does your report indicate?
The result that I reported was 0.125 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
.125. I thought it was
In fact, is the report that you?
Yes, this is the report that I wrote.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of People's Exhibit number 4.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, any objections? What do you just put in front of you? All right, that'll come in. Thank you.
I want to send the judge a pin.
Do you know what the legal limit for alcohol and operating for alcohol in the state of Michigan is for operating a motor vehicle?
The legal limit is 0.080 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
0.080. Was Mr. Lee's blood in this amount in excess of that?
Yes.
It said 0.125.
Correct.
So that report in your report, the number in your report is higher than the legal limit that is legally allowable in the state of Michigan to operate a motor vehicle, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions here.
Mr. Lee, any questions for Ms. Wichterman? I think you can do it from there. Try it. I think she'll hear you. Yeah, I mean, you can do the podium if you want to, but I see all your paperwork's there. Ms. Wichterman, if you cannot hear Mr. Lee, just let me know.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
So you say that
There's nothing to cross.
so you say that the answers that you gave to the questions as well, well, first of all, you know you're under oath as well, right?
Yes, I'm aware I'm under oath.
Okay, you're for certain that the answers that you gave to all the questions that were asked to you by the prosecution were specific to my case and not in general?
Yes, some of the questions were specific to your case. Some were general questions.
Do you recall which questions those were?
Which were general or which were specific to your case?
Which?
She sounds like a scientist, doesn't she?
She's good. The judge is happy.
No, you're very specific. I like that. Yeah, go ahead. Clarify with her.
I'd like to know what exact answers you gave were specific to me and your recollection of what you did regarding to my case. Was my blood tested? Well, I'll get to that later, but what questions were referring to me specifically? And what questions were instead?
The test results were specific.
Yeah,
to her.
the questions that were more general were the ones that were asking me about how my laboratory, the protocols that we use, and the questions that were more specific were the ones that were asking me if I analyzed the case, your evidence, and what my result was.
So, in other words, you're saying that you absolutely recall that you follow every general, normal protocol procedure.
Yes, because he documents
In
it.
my specific situation.
I don't specifically recall analyzing your tubes. However, I use the same protocol and I make sure that I'm following the steps of that protocol every time I perform an analysis. I always follow it, so that's how I can be sure that I did follow the protocol in this case.
So in other words, you're basically saying that you normally would, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong, yes or no. You normally like to stick to a certain procedure, but you don't recall if that took place specifically in my case, or is that what you're saying?
I always follow the procedure when I'm performing the methods in my laboratory. I do not specifically remember picking up your tube and analyzing it, but I always follow the procedure.
Would you say that that answer, yes or no, would kind of be an oxymoron?
Yeah, you could say that.
Or write that down.
I'm going to write that part down, he says. Look at the judge's face. What are you getting at?
Okay, so you're saying on record that the answer that you just gave could be considered, in your opinion, oxymoron.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that statement.
Basically, they're contradicting each other. You're saying that you normally like.
No. I got to correct you. She's not using the word normally. She's using the word always.
Okay.
Vastly different meanings. I think that's where you're getting in problems with her.
Well, that actually proves my point a little bit better. Because if she says she always does it, then there shouldn't be a question of whether she did it or not with me.
That's her position. That's what her testimony is. I always do it. Every time I do a test, I do it the same way every time.
She doesn't recall.
And that's why we do things the same way every time, so we don't have to specifically remember a specific case. That was her testimony. You can follow up with that testimony, but I'm just correcting you. Don't use the word normally because she doesn't use that word. No, that's all right.
I'd like to add another question. Would you say that a basketball player would like to take his shot the same way every time? Put it in the hole?
Objection.
Your Honor, I would object to relevancy. I'm not sure where we're going here.
Just
question.
Yeah, how's that relevant?
I'm going to make it correlate to this.
Well, there's a vast difference between playing basketball and doing a scientific analysis. So I don't think that's any more analogous than pork chops and horse tails.
Can I?
You can try another question.
Horse tails.
Can I give like a response to that?
No.
No, I don't want a response.
Yeah, I mean, because
you can try another question.
Pork chops and horse tails for the
win. That one's not relevant. So try another question.
Would you say that your job requires a very precise concentration on methodology?
Yes, I definitely pay attention to what I'm doing very closely.
No, I said, would you say that your job requires you to, in this particular instance, I didn't ask you what you do. I asked you, is it important to be concise and to always follow the methodology?
Yes, it's important to always follow the methodology.
Would you say that, would you say that the smallest room for error, would you say that the smallest error could damage was it fair to say the smallest error would damage the integrity of these tests?
Yes, if there was an error, it could damage the integrity. That's why we have a lot of quality assurance steps in place to try and make sure that those errors do not happen.
Other than your word, do you have any record of these precautions that you took?
Yes, we do keep record of the quality controls measures that we take.
Via what?
Sorry?
What are these record keeping methods that you take?
Like I said, we prepare and we run all of the control and negative samples throughout the batch. That the results that we get for those samples are kept and documented in our laboratory. I also explained how there are 2 different review steps that go on, and both of those are documented in our laboratory information management system.
Would you say that the improper handling of the police department when they obtain the blood, the improper handling as it pertains to keeping it in a certain temperature, if they keep it in different, do you think in your, let me rephrase that, from your opinion, in your opinion, can the integrity of the test, the blood samples that are given to the officers be
Mr. Lee, can I help you or try to?
yeah.
Let me just ask a question. If it's not what you're going for, then that's fine. You can ignore. Ms. Wichterman, I think where Mr. Lee is trying to go with this is it possible that the integrity of your analysis would be affected by the improper storage of the sample prior to the lab receiving it?
Yes, we do not, I cannot control how the police agency is going to store or handle the evidence. However, there have been several journal articles and scientific studies that show that regardless of room temperature or how long the samples are kept at room temperature as opposed to our secure refrigerator, it's not going to affect the integrity of the blood samples. And I do have some of those with me if you'd like me to present them, but or go further on that.
So are you familiar with the term fermentation?
Yes, I'm familiar with that term.
Did the blood ferment? Is that what you're saying?
So it's not possible. Well, can you give your analysis on what fermentation is?
Fermentation is when there's a certain bacteria that is able to take sugar and metabolize that sugar.
And when does that become?
The sugar, one of the byproducts that it is going to create is carbon dioxide.
Would ethanol be included?
Yes.
Okay,
Byproduct.
and just for the record, I'm asking ethanol be included in that bacteria that will be composed or produced by this fermentation process?
Yes. However, the tubes that we used for collecting blood do have ingredients in them that prevent that fermentation. They have a preservative known as sodium fluoride that prevents the growth of any sort of bacteria and metabolism of anything in the blood.
And the thing that you just referred to that is called an anticoagulant. Is that correct?
That is one of the other things that is kept in the blood tube. What I referred to is a preservative. The anticoagulant is another ingredient that just prevents the blood from clotting to make it easier for us to analyze.
So What are you testing for? What are you measuring when you're measuring these DUI blood samples to determine alcohol? What is the actual element that you're testing for?
We are testing for a variety of different alcohols. One of those is ethanol. That is your regular drinking alcohol, and that's what I reported on the result. Other things we're looking for are acetone, isopropanol, and methanol.
And just for the record, this fermentation process that I spoke of, if the blood sample was not handled correctly and the blood ferments, then that does produce ethanol. Am I correct?
It wouldn't happen in the blood tube because of that preservative, but if it were to happen, and in general, if fermentation did occur somewhere, somehow, yes, that is a byproduct.
Yes, that's all I want to know. Does the fermentation process produce the ethanol that you are looking for in these tests?
Yes, fermentation would create that as a byproduct.
And why? And what are some of the reasons that you know under your profession that fermentation can take place?
If there's a sufficient amount of bacteria or if there's sugar.
Okay, so what are some of the reasons that the bacteria can grow?
Objection?
I'm not sure. You would have to, I don't know.
So you're aware of this terminology, you're aware of that the fact that this process can take place, but you're not aware of what can cause it.
Yes, it's not something that is relevant to the integrity of our analysis. So it's not something that I'm familiar with, how I would make it take place if I wanted to.
Okay. Are you for certain, other than the label that's on the blood, that the blood you receive is my blood?
We use the labels in the blood as the identification. It comes in the kit with the paperwork that is going along with it. We compare the paperwork to the blood tubes and make sure that the same name is listed on both. That's how we know what blood we're analyzing.
I'm just gonna ask either yes or no. Are you for sure that other than the label that's on the blood, that the blood you received was my blood? Yes or no?
No, we just use the label as an identification for the blood that we're receiving.
So in your opinion, would it be fair to say that is it possible that the label could be mislabeled?
I did not put the label on it. That would not be a question for me. That would be for whoever took the blood and put the label on it. I'm not sure what they did.
You're not sure, for the record, whether it's possible or whether it's fair to say that it could happen?
I wasn't there when the label was put on the blood tube, so I don't know.
Okay, so in the course of this case, we spoke in generality, we spoke in
Specifics, yeah.
So I'm speaking in generality now. Is it possible that it can happen?
I don't know. I'm not a part of that process.
You don't know whether, for the record, you don't know whether or not it's possible that, have you never heard of any blood being mislabeled?
I have not heard of any blood being mislabeled.
You specifically haven't heard of that. Do you know what the calibration curve is?
Yes, I do.
Calibration curve?
Can you explain it?
Yes, it's one of the quality control measures that we use. I mentioned earlier that we calibrate the instrument with each batch that we're running. We prepare a series of samples with known amounts of alcohol in them for the things that we're looking for in the sample, and we run them on the instrument. This essentially teaches the instrument what it's looking at. So if we give the instrument a sample with a known alcohol concentration, it knows that that concentration is going to give a certain amount of intensity on the detector. It teaches the instrument how to accurately read a sample for alcohol. We do that at the beginning of each batch so that the instrument is operating properly.
Okay, so in other words, yes or no, in other words, in relation to like a weight scale, if it's not properly calibrated, well, in regards to this machine, if it's not properly calibrated, could it be wrong results?
If it wasn't properly calibrated, yes.
So for the record, it's fair to say that if this machine was not properly calibrated, it can leave wrong results, okay?
Yes, and that is why we make sure that calibration curve that you mentioned is meeting all of our quality standards. And that's also why we run those control samples to make sure that our instrument is calibrated properly throughout the batch.
And this calibration curve is passing of the assessment that you make is according to your calculations, right?
The instrument uses software that calculates the accuracy of that calibration curve for us. And that's something that I review as a scientist, and my supervisor is also going to review.
Right. Ultimately, I mean, any scale that you calibrate is going to calibrate. According to your analysis, you make the conclusion of whether it's calibrated or not correctly. Correct?
I make the conclusion based on the information that the software is providing me, and my work is also checked by my supervisor.
And this is the gas chromatography.
I can't say it either.
Machine?
Yes.
GC.
And in your profession, you never heard of these machines malfunctioning?
No, every instrument is going to malfunction at some point.
Well, I'm sorry.
Instruments do malfunction, correct? Yes, they do. A GC isn't going to work properly all the time. That's why we have all the quality insurance, making sure that it's operating correctly during the batch.
All right.
You're not going to get anywhere with her. She's good.
This anticoagulant that we spoke of that's in the vials, and also the other, I forget what other
Preservative.
you said. Under oath, if that amount of anticoagulant not enough inside of that vial, in other words, if enough of it is not put inside of the vial, it can it or can it not damage the integrity of the result that you get from that blood sample?
Yes, it could, but that would also be something that I would notice when I'm preparing the sample. If there was not enough of an anticoagulant, I would get a very clotty sample, and it would be very difficult for me to pipette any sort of blood from that sample. And it would definitely cause issues, but that would be noted. If there was no preservative present or not enough preservative present, I would observe if anything had happened to the sample, I would observe things with the sample, things like bubbles or any sort of CO2 or pressure that would indicate that there wasn't enough preservative.
You're stating on record that you are for certain, I mean, this is your word, that you did everything correctly.
I followed the protocol.
Is this machine called a Delta G?
Sorry?
Is this machine that you perform this test on called a Delta G?
Delta G?
It's called a GCFID.
GCFID? Is this different brands? Is it Delta one of those brands? Or is that the brand?
It's an Agilent is the brand.
Okay. No.
They're about what, $25,000 to $60,000?
I am the individual that received the test when it came into our laboratory. I was working as a technician at the time, and I received the evidence and placed it into our secure refrigerators. I am the scientist that then took it out of the refrigerator and analyzed it for alcohol. After that, one other scientist performed an analysis on the sample. They performed our preliminary drug screen. That was after I had already analyzed the blood for alcohol.
So the blood was refrigerated beforehand?
Yes.
And I mean, would you not have to take calculations of the refrigeration process as well?
Our technicians look at the refrigerators twice a day and making sure that they're at the right temperature, and they do document those temperatures.
Why do they do that?
Sorry.
Why do they do those calculations?
We have samples and a lot of other chemicals in the refrigerators that it's part of our protocol to keep them at a certain temperature. So they make sure that the refrigerators are at that certain temperature. It's just a part of our following protocol.
What would happen if, if the temperatures were wrong, what would you do?
The protocol says that we will notify a supervisor and they will either get someone to fix the refrigerator. If it occurs for a long period of time, we'd probably move the standards, all the chemicals that we have in there, into our secondary refrigerator.
And lastly, once again, you stated that the handling of the blood before it got to you, you have no recollection of that.
I was not there before the blood got to me. I don't know how it was handled. However, there have been studies that show that the handling of samples or storing them at other temperatures besides in a refrigerator will not affect the integrity of the sample.
Okay, well, you brought up studies. So are you aware that there are studies that say that the temperature of the upkeep of temperature of blood can in fact affect the integrity of the test in a negative sense as well? In other words, you've heard of these tests that say that it doesn't. These are just analyses that are made by specific people. But have you heard of tests that say that it doesn't?
That it does?
Yes.
I am not aware of any peer-reviewed scientific literature.
Okay.
Mr. Lee, I got to correct something though. I think, Ms. Wichterman, correct me if I'm wrong. I think she's specifically speaking of the state police test kits that they get. That the studies show that the storage temperature doesn't matter with those because of these preservatives and other things that are in those too.
Oh, no.
So I that's why I'm asking, because I think maybe the studies you're talking about aren't specifically as to the MSP test kits.
No, I meant the actual blood, not the kits. Like the actual organic blood in of itself. Because you brought up the bacteria that can grow on this blood because it is an organic matter. So I'm speaking of that in and of itself, the temperature of the blood, not the temperature of the body.
Let me try this. Ms. Wichterman, if somebody drew blood and just put it in a straight glass tube, no additives, for you to get an accurate test on that, the storage of that sample, the temperature it was stored would be important, wouldn't it?
Yes, I would think so.
Okay. All right, because the way I'm understanding what you're telling us is the way the state police kits are produced with the additives in the tube make it unnecessary to have a temperature controlled storage process from the draw to the testing.
That's correct. Thank you for clarifying that.
All right.
I'm sorry.
No, I thought I was where you were trying to go, and I thought maybe that was a better way to get there.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion.
No problem at all. Go ahead.
Also, in regards to, let's just say that I did drink alcohol and there was alcohol in the system. I'm the person that had alcohol in the system.
Drink. You did, sir. We tested it. It was in there.
Weight of a person, yes or no, does weight affect the integrity of tests that are taken?
Weight would not affect the integrity of the test, no. Either way.
Well, in other words, let me say this. Let me rephrase the question. When the police get blood, or when they draw blood that is at a hospital, when you're dealing with drivers that are driving drunk, they pull someone over, and you have them on the side of the road, take them to the hospital, they take that test. Let me start with another question. Does blood alcohol content, which is what is being measured here, does that rise and fall over time?
In an individual's body.
In any individual's body that has drank alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if you do have a person that was drinking alcohol and an officer pulls them over and they take him to the hospital, they take a test, they get that blood at that specific time. Is that blood that they took at that specific time the exact blood level that was at the time of operation?
No, we're looking at the amount of alcohol in the blood at the specific time of the draw. That's the blood that I'm receiving in my laboratory.
So would it be fair to say that even if that, whatever that blood was, whatever that level was you got back, that wasn't even, that possibly, in your opinion, is it fair to say that it possibly wasn't even the level of the person's blood when they was driving the car?
I can't perform that calculation. I'm not sure. There is a possibility that it would be slightly different than the time of the draw, but I can't perform that calculation.
So also once again you say that not does the weight affect the integrity of the calculation. Does weight affect the way they metabolize alcohol?
Weight could affect that calculation of how it's metabolized. It could affect the effects that one feels at a certain blood alcohol concentration, but it won't affect the blood alcohol.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll just please answer me yes or no to this.
Sorry.
Please. That's the question. Does weight affect metabolism of blood alcohol content? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does race affect blood alcohol content metabolism?
I'm not sure if race is a part of the calculation. I don't know. Every individual is going to metabolize and feel the effects of alcohol differently.
That's another question that I was going to ask. Does genetics affect the intent or the rate of alcohol content metabolizing?
I don't know specifics. I don't know.
You just said it does because you just.
No, she said every individual is different.
Metabolizing is different.
I'm not trained
specifically.
Sorry, I'm not trained in those calculations, so I don't know specifically. I don't know about genetic factors.
Okay. Does gender affect the rate of blood alcohol content metabolized?
Yes.
Okay. So anybody that is pulled over for DUI or they get arrested for DUI, it's fair to say that their blood alcohol content level is rising or falling as time is moving by, right?
Yes, the body metabolizes alcohol.
No further.
Any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Wickerman, was there any evidence of any fermentation or contamination in the blood vials for Mr. Lee?
No, like I said earlier, one of the other products of fermentation is carbon dioxide. So we would have seen pressure build up in the tubes when I opened it or gas bubbles in the tube, and I did not see either of those.
And we were just talking about the body metabolizing blood. Would it be fair to say, well, in this case, your report indicates that at the time of the blood draw, Mr. Lee's blood alcohol level was 0.125 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood, correct?
Yes.
Right. And the metabolization of alcohol breaks that down, that it would go down over time generally, unless you just recently consumed some alcohol, correct?
Yeah, it would depend on when the alcohol was consumed.
Okay. So would it be fair to say, in your professional expert opinion, that at 11:30 or 11:41, Mr. Lee's blood alcohol would have even been greater than what's in your report if the blood draw took place an hour or two later, and we know that he did not have any alcohol at that time based upon the observation of the officers?
Yes, if no other alcohol was consumed, that would be a fair statement.
So at the time of the You weren't here, but at 11:41, if that was the time of an accident that Mr. Lee was involved in, then his blood alcohol level would have been even greater at that point in time.
I can't say for certain. I can't perform that calculation.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any recross based on those questions, Mr. Lee?
No.
Okay, Ms. Wichterman, thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Lee's giving it a good go here.
Mr. Greco, anything else from the people?
But he's throwing.
You do have one more witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dave, text her.
Bring her
text her. They might have questions. Go ahead and text her first before she starts something else.
The officer's outside.
No.
She's going
the
to change
scientist that we
into
just
her,
cut off.
Oh, okay. Well, let me show them.
She's going to change into her relaxation clothes and go hit the beach. He's going to be like, oh, that's a good question. I meant to ask that.
Is it possible to ask them?
No, you just look at those and then we're going to discuss whether or not they should be asked.
All right, I just expected the witness to hang on. That's a great question.
Have her to just call back in. All right, I didn't ask for any commentary, Mr. Lee. I just asked you to look at them.
Do you object to these questions? If so, what is your objection?
Joe.
It's painfully slow, but he's doing a much better job being pro se than many others we have seen. Not a beach in Michigan. Maybe she's already on a flight.
Not yet.
I have no objection.
To any of them? All right, so I've got one piece of paper that seems to have 3 different questions, 1 and 2. So no objections to any of these questions?
One of them regarding the education. There is a resume that you will be able to observe.
Yeah, the degree at Villanova. All right. All right, so the other questions, Mr. Lee, you're okay with?
Well.
All right, and Mr. Greco, you're okay. All right, let her in.
She's back.
My apologies.
Oh, no, it was my fault. I'm a creature of habit, and the jury had some questions, and I forgot to ask them if they had questions for you before I let you go. All right, so, all right, why is the temperature of the refrigerator at the lab important if it doesn't matter for the blood sample in the kit?
It's just a part of our best practice to keep it refrigerated. There's also a lot of other standards and chemicals that are kept in those refrigerators that it is important that they stay at that temperature.
All right, so the refrigerator is not just for the blood kits from MSP?
No, we have standards that our laboratory uses as well.
Okay, okay. Can you describe in further detail how the instrument used detects alcohol in the blood?
Yes. So when we are preparing the sample, we take a small measured amount of blood and we put it into a short glass vial. That short glass vial is capped, and that is what is placed onto the instrument to be analyzed. The vial, once it's placed on the instrument, is heated up. Ethanol and other alcohols are volatile, meaning they want to be in their gas state when they're heated up. So as that vial is heated up, any alcohol in the sample is going to go into its gas state, and the instrument is going to take a small measured amount of the gas in the vial and run it through the instrument. As that gas goes through the instrument, it separates from being a mixture to the individual components. Those individual components are the alcohols. They then come out of the instrument one at a time, and there's a detector that detects the alcohol coming out and the intensity of that alcohol coming out to give a measurement.
Thank you. And the studies you referred to regarding temperature, storage temperature of the blood sample, are those peer-reviewed and published within the last few years?
Yes, they are peer-reviewed. That was published in 2015.
Thank you. All right. Chew all that over. Did it leave anything unanswered? All right. And do either one of you have any questions for Ms. Wichterman based on those questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, you spoke about the temperature, heating up to the gas. Does the machine do that on its own, or do you handle that process yourself?
That's something the instrument does.
So, are you able to see whether it heats it up at the right temperature or not, or properly, or at the right levels while it's doing that, or how do you go about determining that?
There is a standard that is also added to each sample that we call an internal standard. That internal standard is how we monitor that that sample is being treated correctly in the instrument. It's added in a known amount, so we know what level we expect it to be reported for that internal standard, and we monitor it throughout the batch with each case to make sure that it is at the right level.
And that internal standard refers to you're measuring the
Ethanol?
the ethanol, the acetone, and methanol.
Yes, and isopropanol, and as well as the internal standard, which is N-propanol.
Right, and propanol. Right. So you know for certain, or you know, I'll say this, yes or no. And in this particular case, you took the time out to stop the testing and make sure that that's doing it the right way.
We don't stop the test throughout the batch, no. That's something that's monitored by the instrument throughout the batch as it runs.
Or, I'm sorry, I said that before you were able to go in there and make sure that that was all functioning properly. And you did that, yes or no?
Yes, we make sure their instrument is functioning properly. We do that by running those calibrators, the controls, and the negative.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Greco, any questions?
No further questions.
All right, now we're done with you, Ms. Wichterman. Thank you very much. Enjoy
Okay,
your
just
day.
call me back if not. Thank you.
Thank you. You're satisfied. We're satisfied. Thank you. All right, Mr. Greco, you have one more witness? You guys all right to keep working? Okay.
Jury nods.
All right.
Okay, Officer Trent Fields.
Officer, come on up. Watch your step on my incline ramp. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Here? Yes.
Have a seat.
Gave the oath while he was walking up.
Settle in the chair. State your name. One time, state your name and spell your last name.
Oh.
My name is Trent Fields, F-I-E-L-D-S.
That was a jab at the
Continue,
attorney.
Mr. Greco.
Officer Fields, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you currently employed?
Romulus Police Department.
And what is your position of employment there?
Patrol officer.
And how long have you worked for the Romulus Police Department?
2 years.
Are we working on the evening of October 20th, 2023?
Yeah.
Do you recall being called to the scene of an accident?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time of the evening?
It was like 11:41 p.m.
And what do you recall about that evening?
I recall being called to a 2-car accident at the end, 7 morning Chamberlain. I arrived on scene and I observed my partner, Officer Shipper, helping a male out of the driver's seat of the Ford Explorer.
And that accident occurred here in Romulus?
Yes.
Once you observed the driver and your officer with the driver, did you have any interaction with the driver of the Ford Explorer?
I did not speak with the driver, but when
he was getting out of the vehicle. I was standing there while he was escorting him to an ambulance or to a firefighter to get him somehow for a possible.
Okay. Was that individual who you observed get out of the vehicle in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's right there.
Yeah, let work.
Noted.
Okay. Once Mr. Lee identified as out of the vehicle, what did you do next with respect to your involvement on the scene?
At first, I went around to see if there were any witnesses that might have seen any crowds or anything like that. I eventually did a inventory search on the Ford Explorer, and we went to talk to the other driver of the other vehicle, which was a Ford Fusion.
Okay. And was there any evidence of alcohol within Mr. Lee's vehicle? So you did an inventory of it?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence did you find of any?
I found a bottle of tequila on the passenger floor.
Okay. And was it empty?
No.
And did you?
Yeah, it still has some fluid in it.
Okay. Did you do anything to see if it was alcohol, water, or anything like that?
I did not.
It was just what was it, a bottle? You said tequila?
Yeah, it was a bottle of tequila.
All right, I'm going to hand you.
Danny, thank you very much.
What's been marked as Exhibit 1. Let's see if we can take a look at that. Can you describe for the jury what that is?
Yes, this is the bottle of tequila that passenger floor.
Okay. And I think we already established that Officer Grishaber took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay, where did you place that?
I placed it on the Explorer.
Were you wearing a body cam camera that day?
Yes.
Okay. Have it on at a certain time when you
we get to see body camera footage? Woot woot.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm going to play a portion like Officer Pickles.
He does have a chair. Look at that. He's not using it, but he's got one.
Thank you. Yeah, it's way over here.
As he
Judge grabs the controller.
Oh, we need to play the video.
Oh.
Get some popcorn.
Oh.
Do you
Yes. Okay. There. Okay. Jump. All right. So for the court.
Put it on Zoom, please.
Let's find the shows.
This video is a little bit longer, about 35 minutes, so I'm going to advance to the
Judge Oakley, let us see.
record moment. Officer Pickles, this is like a body cam from that night. Yeah, this looks like the accident scene had you have been up. And again, Your Honor, the video is about 35 minutes long. I'm going to advance for my purposes. So about the 11-minute mark.
Go ahead.
Ricky C., thank you for your generosity. 5 more gifted memberships. Okay, everyone here gets a TV except for us, Judge? Serious?
No, I'm muted.
Officer, again, this is your body, correct?
Correct.
Position on your chest? Yes. What is it that you're doing here?
I'm going to be in the source of the board.
There, Stanley Lee doesn't work.
The family that he doesn't want. This is closed captioning.
So at this point in time, Mr. Lee is with the ambulance?
Correct.
You're going through the car and you're finding the open bottle.
And this one's going to go on the side of the vehicle. Correct.
Apparently the jurors have a TV down by their feet.
The white light, thought that was the hearing. Correct. Anything else? Yeah, it just looks like you go to the passenger side of the vehicle. That's the front passenger area again with the airbags deployed. Correct.
Come on, Judge. He's trying to make the tech work. It's not working. Mr. Lee has a question. He's going to write it down while he remembers. How do you know that was my car?
Is that you just see yourself getting a bottle? Correct. So I find it right there. Is that a bottle of tequila? Yes. Good. First sound, does that sound like you're placing it on the hood? Yes. We don't see it yet.
Oh, the tequila bottle, there's still something in there.
So that's the bottle of tequila that's in the photograph? Correct. And this is you placing it on the hood of the vehicle, correct? Correct. That's on Mr. Lee's vehicle? Correct. The Explorer that night? Yes.
Cops put it on the hood of the vehicle because it's a trophy for other cops driving by saying, look, we got one. The more cans or bottles, the better.
This is Officer Rick Hamilton taking the photograph, correct? Now it's city one, correct? Correct.
Yeah, we guys look for this one, if you can know. You can hear it? You shouldn't even know.
All right, done with the video?
Well, officer, that was the bottle of tequila that had some fluid in it at the time you put it on the hood, correct? Correct. Is what we played on the, when you indicated was your body worn camera, does it accurately depict what's in the video that was displayed for that evening? Yes. That is when you got on the scene, advanced it to the inventory you were taking of the vehicle, of the vehicle, correct? Yes. Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of Exhibit 5, body worn camera of Officer Trent.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, any objection to that coming in?
No.
Thank you.
I have no further.
It was empty
I
anyway.
have no further question.
All right. Mr. Lee, do you have any questions for this officer?
Oh, do I have questions?
Spring up. Couple. I don't remember you being there. When did you say you arrived?
Shortly after he did. Shortly after my parent.
I don't remember you being there. Is that what he
first
just
of all,
said?
Why is your camera muted?
Why was it muted? Probably.
I heard it say unmuted.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. At that time, I believe we were gathering a plan of what we were gonna do, who was gonna go to the hospital to get your blood, or try to do the blood test, who was gonna do the inventory searches of the car, who was gonna do the impound slips. There's a lot of things that go into accidents. That's what we were probably talking about.
I don't remember you being there. Oh my goodness.
I honestly
That's
don't
because
know.
you were drunk.
I can't recall 2 years ago exactly what we were saying right there. But if I had to guess, it was probably some kind of game.
Okay, my things were with the vehicle when you searched it. Was there, well, I would say in your opinion, was there either another search done before that, or would it be fair for you to say that you don't know why my stuff was all over the car like that?
Well, you were just involved in an accident. It looked like it was a pretty good one too. I mean, your stuff's not gonna stay still in an accident.
Okay.
Why was the car a mess? You just crashed it. Your stuff went everywhere.
So, are you aware of any searches that any other officers did that day? Or are you aware that, or is it from your recollection that any other of the other officers performed a search on my vehicle?
Like a prior inventory search?
Prior to you coming?
Prior to me coming on the scene? No, I don't.
So you were the first person to do the search?
Of your vehicle? No, I was not. You asked if I was the first to do it. If you asked if I did when I arrived on scene. I was not the first to look at your vehicle. No, I was not.
We're not, so are you saying that you weren't the first person to look through my vehicle after you arrived or before?
Before, I don't know if anyone did, but after I got on scene, I was not the first one to look at you.
So who was the first?
I believe it was Officer Green.
So if Officer Green performed the search before you, how did he not find that bottle of tequila? I'm not saying you put it in there. I'm just saying, how did that not go? How you kind of missed that, or did you think he missed that?
I mean, he might have missed it. I mean, it's always good to have a new set of eyes when you are searching something. But he might have just missed it. I can't explain why he didn't find it.
So in other words, he possibly made a mistake and looked over that bottle that was in that car.
I guess it's possible.
Okay, are you aware of how that bottle got in that car?
No, I just found it on the floor.
It's found, so you didn't witness either any operation of any vehicles. You didn't witness me driving a vehicle, you didn't witness the other person driving a vehicle, anything of that nature, Mr. Malcolm.
No, I didn't see you driving a vehicle.
So, and then after you perform the search, can you recall what your game plan was with the officers?
What I was doing?
What, I guess, what you all were doing.
Yeah, so I believe Officer Shaver and I believe the cat were going to the hospital to speak with you at the hospital and get your blood draw, whatever was going on at the hospital. Me and my partner Green, we were doing the inventory searches and the impound slips, I believe, and waiting for the totals.
And did you speak with the other driver?
Yes, I did.
And so, did you make a police report?
No.
So you didn't have to make a police report and arriving on a scene of a crime or the scene of an accident?
No, because I was already going to be an officer Shaver.
So, you were allowed, and yes or no, you're allowed to interact with the crime scene, or you're allowed to interact with the people and ask questions and take statements, but you don't have to write a report as to your input on the matter in any way.
Well, not necessarily. If I go and speak to, like, I assume that my partner officer, Shaver, went and already spoke with that driver. This was after, when we were just waiting on tows. I was just talking to the driver, having a normal conversation about what was going on and about where the cars were going. It wasn't anything criminal. It was just a conversation that we were having.
Yeah, I mean, I just asked that because your point, I guess the key thing, well, I wouldn't say the key thing because they got the blood test they did as well, but when you pulled that alcohol bottle out of that car, that was pretty much a key point that you would say in you all's investigation, am I correct?
Yes.
So who was in charge of making that documentation up? Who found that?
Well, it was an officer Shaver's report. He put in there that I was doing that.
So he was the person to report you going inside of a car and grabbing. I mean, was he right? Was he standing there while you did it?
No, I called him over there after I found it, after I placed it on the hood to show him what I found. I told him where it was so he could document that in the report.
Any questions?
Any further?
No.
Also, you can step down. Watch your step on the ramp. Anything else from the people?
No, Your Honor,
I guess nothing from the jury.
How about at least a short break while we kind of figure out what the game plan is, and then we'll communicate with you and let you know what we're thinking, and then you can decide if you want to take a break or not, or a lunch break or not. All right, this will be a quick one.
Judge says we got a quick break.
No, we can. That's all right. It's just to keep it running.
Just keep it going. She says, keep the Zoom.
Mr. Greco, I want to talk to you too when the jury gets out. Yeah, anything you leave there, it's safe. Courtroom will not be unattended.
We'll be here. We'll watch it for you.
They're not allowed. Judge, they're not allowed.
Correct. I haven't seen any other bodies today, so is it safe for me to assume that you don't have any witnesses to put on?
I mean, I didn't get the world off.
Yes or no? Do you have witnesses to put on? All right. Do you want to testify? I'm just trying to figure out timing.
No.
You don't? Okay. All right. So here's my question. We can probably, first of all, do you want him to go over any of that video with you to see if you want to present any of it? Did you get a chance to look at minutes of, portions of the video where you thought might be important for you? I'm not going to give you 2 hours to watch all of the video, but if you need a few more minutes with Mr. Greco's help to spot check that video, I'll give you that.
But I mean, I don't see anything in those videos that he has that because there were multiple officers that I spoke with, there was multiple officers that were there, and there were multiple things that were said. That's why I wanted to.
Okay, but my question to you is would it help you at all if I gave you and Mr. Greco, 15, 20 minutes or so to go through the videos?
Yeah.
All right, so here's what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest that if they want to take a half-hour lunch, get them back here at 1:30-ish. You can do the video. We'll take a few minutes to do final instructions, and then we'll get them back here and do closing statements and send them in. If after watching that video, you decide you want to put one of the cops back on the stand or something like that, then we'll accommodate that when they get back from their break.
Yeah.
Maybe, unfortunately, maybe. Understand?
Judge, that schedule doesn't work for us.
Yeah. I just mentioned that. At some point, we're going to do closing argument. All right. So you guys can go ahead and look at the video. I'm going to bump my head in there and just tell them that we think for the flow of the trial, it would be better if we take a break. And if they want to hang out here for a half hour, they can. But if they want to go get something to eat, I'll give them a half hour, 45 minutes, whatever they want.
All right, there he goes. So while he goes, that's where we're going to go and probably wrap it up for just a wee bit right now. Let's see. I think we need to take a lunch break. We are trying to cover just the opening statements in Lori Vallow Daybell, which is delayed by half an hour. It actually begins in half an hour. It won't be shown because there's a 30-minute embargo or whatever on the video. Some judges think that fixes things. I don't think it does. But anyway, when we come back, we're going to try to watch the openings for that. Tomorrow we'll be back in Michigan.
Here.
That's somebody else. We're not going to listen to that. Tomorrow we're going to be back in Michigan watching the end of the case. But I can't lunch in 30 minutes. Too short. You got an hour, Steve. You got an hour. It's going to start at 2. So we're gonna take a lunch break. I'm gonna grab something to eat. That's what I do on lunch. I eat. You should try it as well. Have something yummy. Have something yummy. We'll be back in 45 minutes ish to get ready for this. Congratulations to all those who got gifted memberships today. Thank you very much to all those who were generous and gifted memberships to others. That was very kind of you. Welcome. Thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Make sure you've rung the bell so you'll know when we go live. I don't have a thumbnail to portal you to, so I'm still working on that. I'm still building a thumbnail, but I'm going to work on that. We're going to have some lunch. We're going to be back. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We'll go live again in about an hour, a little less than that, with the Lori Vallow openings out of Arizona. It's going to be crazy, guys. We're going to have to be on our best behavior. We'll give you a stern lecture at the beginning. We're gonna do this right. We're gonna be good. So yeah, you're walking. No portal today. Thank you, fabulous mods. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys after the break. Bye bye.